Hello.
Hello, hello.
Okay, session 3. Is everybody logged in to Roll20 or getting there? I think we're all logged in. Before we start, any outstanding character questions or anything from last episode? Everyone feeling caught up and ready to go? Sounds like a yes.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't want to speak for everybody, though.
So, where we were last session, I know we sped up a little bit right at the end, so let me take you from the loading screen back to the regional map of Serloon. Is everybody with me? Good. I will remind you where you found yourselves at the end of last session. The Sparrow had just docked. You can see it here on the map at the second pier in. Are you with me? The ship with 3 sails.
Yes.
Now, as you pulled in here, it is 10 a.m. It is the morning. The sun is rising over the trees in the distance. And as you pulled up to the dock, 2 openly operating Zentarim agents came up to the boats, identifying themselves as customs agents and preparing to board or inspect the ship. That's where we are right now. Go ahead and roll initiative. And I'm just going to go down the Discord line once people are ready. Starting with David.
6.
Jewel.
15.
Lat.
8.
Go ahead.
20.
Rough. Yep, cool. Your reaction time is impeccable. You keyed down before I even said your name. Steph.
16.
Top of the initiative order, Mr. Ian Kalis. Hello.
Sip.
You find yourself on the top deck of the Sparrow here, parked at a pier in Serloon. The crew is tying off the ship to the cleats, and the first mate, Rail, is on the bow looking knowingly for a brief moment at the Zentarim customs agent that is peering over the edge of the ship. It's your turn.
Ian's just going to stick a thumb towards Rail and go, oh, yeah, the captain's that way.
She looks over at you. Which way?
Like, he's pointing the cut towards Rail with the to the customs agent, being like, hey, she's over there. Go talk to Rail.
I see. She makes eye contact with you as you say this, raises an eyebrow, and turns to the Zentarim customs agent. Roll perception.
What's a 4? Not paying too much attention.
You hear the sounds of the water in the harbor battering the side of the ship. Despite the natural harbor here, there is still a good wake caused by another small ship going through the harbor. You notice the 2 of them, both the Zentarim customs agent and the first mate of the ship, make eye contact briefly, but you can't discern anything special about it. It remains your turn.
It's busy here, huh? Good weather, though? Feels nice.
The agent looks at you curiously. She says, do you always comment about the weather? How about what are you hauling? What is this? What's your name? These are the kind of questions I would like to get to the bottom of.
I'm being hauled.
Being hauled. You are merely cargo, my friend.
Yeah.
The Zentarum customs agent's assistant writes something down on a small piece of paper. Steph, Alan Vaughn, it becomes your turn. You
Okay,
observe all of this.
out of character question. I would know that we wouldn't be telling them what we're actually going to do, obviously, and so would everybody else. So would I have, with my background, would I know like a professor or like a museum, somebody that owns a museum in this area, like not maybe not this exact area, but maybe outside of this area that we're going to meet, so that I can give like a pretty good reason for why we're being hauled?
Roll intelligence.
Okay. Flat 10.
Alan, you consider multiple ways in which you could answer this question with something convincing. You consider the name of a local curator of a museum. Nothing comes readily to mind. However, you consider that this would be a difficult lie for anyone to catch. You also recall that you were given the name of the mayor of Dawngleam, which could be tactically advantageous if you were trying to concoct a convincing lie.
Okay. So, Alan will go over to greet the Centaurum guards, right?
Customs agents. There's two of them.
Customs agents. Yeah.
They're both wearing masks, so it is difficult to determine their features. You can really only tell where and who they were looking at. And as you walk over, they both look up at you.
And it's morning, right? Like
It
early
is
morning?
10 a.m., so the sun rises in the sky.
Got it. All right. Good morning to you both.
They both look at you wordlessly.
Not very chatty today, I see. We are actually going to see the mayor of Dawngleam, and that is why we are being hauled here.
So your cargo as well?
Indeed, as are my friends.
You observe the assistant writing something down. The Zentarum agent says again, friends as well. It's good to have friends on the high seas. Care to give me a manifest of you and all of your friends?
Surely. My name is Alan Vaughn. I am an archivist from the museums of both Cormyr and Sembia. And my friends are, and then I ramble off everybody's names and I say that I give detailed job descriptions from the museum and I say that they're part of my colleagues.
Roll persuasion. You attempt to cast your motley crew as archiving or as archivist assistants and docents for a museum.
I got a 14.
What about the Zentarum agent leans over the bow of the ship, looking out over the main deck? She extends a hand and points directly at Grint. That one is an archivist?
No, I didn't say that he's an archivist. I said that he is part of my assistants. So he actually does a little bit of dusting. You know, he's smaller than the rest of us, so he can get into the nitty-gritty details that we can't.
She stares at you for a long moment. Roll perception.
$15.
You notice that her assistant has leaned down and marked something on the bow of the ship while this is going on. Jewel. Mr. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
Eden steals a glance at whatever is being marked, if he notices it going on.
It is over. Since you are on the deck of the ship, you are unable to see what's been marked on the outside of the ship.
If he makes as if to undock or leave, would anybody stop him?
Who is this question aimed at?
I suppose the customs agents?
You are asking the customs agent, would they stop you if you just tried to leave right now?
Yeah, Miss Vaughn already gave you the manifest. Do you need anything else from me in particular?
Her eyeless mask makes strange eye contact with you as you ask this question in a tone of unsureness. You can tell that she's narrowing her eyes. Let me assist you in contextualizing what is going on here. You are docking at our dock. We control commerce here. Thus, it is such that you cannot tell us, oh, could we leave? Are you going to stop us? We will stop you. Not only that, but in terms of you have provided us some vague manifest as to what you're doing, I have so many more questions for you.
Well, good. I will help as much as I can. That was very helpful, as this is my first time docking at your fine a dock.
The mask nods. And she lifts herself up over the railing of the ship, standing now on the main deck and looking at the crew of people up here. It remains your turn.
So, what else can we answer?
She walks over to the cargo lift in the middle of your ship and glances downward. I would love for you to answer for me, what exactly is it that you have here? Anything in the hold of this ship?
We have a bunch of ballast.
Forgive me, but it is generally not considered profitable to ship ballast. She adjusts her mask, looking down. Go ahead, please.
I guess Eden sort of shoots everybody else a confused look.
Ian's gonna kind of look back and go, hey, we're just here. Well, you should probably just talk to the person who owns the boat.
She looks at you with a glimmer of recognition and says, we know who owns the boat, but what we don't know is who crews the boat or who is on the boat now, Mr. Cargo.
Well, we're not the crew.
Indeed, we're not.
Both of you roll insight.
12.
18.
Ian, you notice something. The crew seems far less fettered by this intrusion onto the boat than you are. You notice that the customs agents have little interest in the crew.
Maybe we should just ask Rail what she thinks we should do.
As you say this, Rail looks over her shoulder before jumping over the side of the ship onto the pier. She says, I don't know, try telling the truth.
Yeah, that's what we were doing.
Mr. Gromwell, it becomes your turn.
Grind is incredibly bored by all this. He pulls out a book and starts reading.
Which book, my friend?
We'll say drills.
You study your drill manual. The ship moves slightly with the waves of the harbor, making it a little difficult, but far from impossible, for you to keep your place in the book. It remains your turn, Grint.
Unless anybody tries to interact with Grint, no, that's pretty much all he's doing.
Mr. Fang.
I'll walk up And I'll say, yes, Cargo Mick Boxerson here.
Roll persuasion to see if your joke lands.
All right. $16.
The Zentarium agent does not extend a hand, but you notice her shoulders relax just a little bit as if she had to resist the urge to laugh. Wonderful, Mr. Boxon. She looks downward into the cargo again. Not moving anything but ballast, is that correct?
You are free to check. We can conceal nothing because we have nothing to conceal.
She drops a small, imperceptibly dark object down into your cargo hold and says, okay, easy enough. She dusts her hands off, looks up toward the crow's nest, and then back down at you. She says, in a curious, cautious tone, our records show that this ship is meant to be crewed by 4. We knew nothing of the cargo, but I can't help but notice you seem to be missing a crew member.
I think this question is best suited for the crew and not the cargo.
You
I thought
know,
there'd be a captain too.
as you say this, Ian, she turns and looks at you directly. I saw your captain this morning. He's expecting you too.
I'm glad somebody's on top. I'm just gonna shut up.
Do you say that?
Yeah.
She seems appreciative. She looks up again at the crow's nest, then at the wheel of the ship, then at you, Mr. Ian Kalis. Whatever curiosity she has seems satisfied, as she walks carefully back toward the bow of the ship, hops over the railing, and lands on the pier. Before departing, she says, as her assistant continues to write, she says, be on your best behavior in Serloon. This town has seen very, very bad days, and commerce and careful oversight of that commerce is the only thing keeping us afloat. She walks away.
I would like to note where they walk.
They walk, are you looking at this map?
I am.
They walk down the pier toward the main square of the town. It remains your turn, Tierney, for just a bit longer.
I would like to gauge the reaction of the crew. They seem completely nonplussed.
They seem completely nonplussed, and you notice that the 2 sail riggers have both grabbed small brown canvas bags and are preparing to disembark toward the town. You notice perceptibly that the customs agents had little interest in them.
Yeah. You handled these guys often?
Who are you speaking to, Mr. Fang?
I'm generally speaking to the crew, or whatever's left of it.
The 2 sail riggers look at you in a... They look at you with somewhere between disinterest and contempt. The female of the 2, Alyssa, says, yes, many times, before she jumps over the rail, taking her pack with her. The ship moves slightly in the harbor. Mr. Ian Kalis, it becomes your turn at the top of the initiative order.
Well, despite the reputation for guard types, they seem nicer than most. So I think we're good, guys. Like, you all ready to find this mayor? We should. Are we just? Who's He's going to look around and say who can try to see who's like in earshot
You can perceive
outside of the party.
You see the party in earshot. You see the Zentarum customs agent duo walking perhaps 50 meters away now down the pier. You see the crew walking down the pier closer than the Zentarum customs agents, but we'll say out of earshot. Currently, the only people within the party, as far as you can reckon, is the party.
Are we just telling people that we're the archivists? Is that the plan? We should probably figure that out. Is that the plan?
I mean, why not? I am one, so just let me take lead.
We are not going to stay in this town long. We're going to find the captain and leave. And maybe a new navigator.
Wait, but do we really want to stay with a crew that not only had someone murdered, but like didn't care that they got murdered?
Well, there are 6 of us. Or 5 of us, rather. There's only going to be 4 of them.
Well, wait, 4.5, to be fair.
Just reading my book.
That's good. I like that.
Maybe we have to fear each other more than we have to fear this ragtag crew that can rig a sail.
I don't know. So far, you guys seem pretty good.
Well,
Mind you, we took their weapons, so.
True, we did. Indeed.
Ian, roll insight.
$11.
You have a vague sense that a durable cover could be a boon.
Okay. Well, and he'll say this every. Well, all I'm saying is it seems like they know the crew already, and so they might know what we're doing here anyway. So we just need to be careful who we lie to. It's really important that you don't get caught in a lie.
True, but I am an archivist, and I am planning to do archivist type things.
All
I
right.
plan on assisting you.
Well, thank you.
You can't say Grint is your helper. You have to say Grint is your bodyguard.
Yeah, just he's here for the grunt work. I mean, look at him. He looks like he's good at grunt work.
Yeah, he could be a janitor.
I was thinking like lifting or hitting things, or being
He's
hit
not
instead
going
of
to lift
us.
them very far.
I bet you'd be surprised.
Maybe we could do with less talking. Maybe we should just not talk.
It's okay,
But we
buddy,
do
I got
need
your
to
back,
shop
and he'll
for
automatic.
supplies, right?
We could use
We
supplies.
do. We do need supplies, especially food, because I'm starving.
And money to buy the food.
Let's find the captain.
Oh, can I try to wait? Did I get fish with my bait? I can't remember from last session.
You did. You caught a sunfish.
Okay, I'm gonna sell my sunfish
To whom?
to the local market. I'm gonna go look for some. I don't know. I'm gonna go to the market where people sell things and see if some people want it. I guess. I feel like I would know what to do in character.
In character, you would know that your sunfish is worth perhaps a few silver pieces at most.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna sell it. Then I would.
Cook it.
Maybe we should just eat it.
Let's find the captain, and then maybe he's got some suggestions for us, or some gold, or a place to stay, or
True, and
the things you'd expect from somebody leading like an expedition.
yeah,
'Cause I don't have any of that.
And with that in mind, if the captain doesn't, maybe we should speak with the mayor and see if maybe he has some sort of mission he wants us to do while we're on our trip to Cormyr anyways, and maybe he can provide us some gold.
Sure. Let's do it. Lead on, O archivist leader.
You got it.
If you would like to navigate Serloon, you can use this regional map as a way of asking questions about places to go, buildings to investigate, or tell me where you'd like the party to venture.
I just see our boat.
Are we on the wrong screen? No, we're on the right screen. You should see the regional view of Serwin.
Oh, okay, with it. I don't know. Where do we want to go?
Which boat are we? The left boat or the right boat?
The right boat, which you will be for the entirety of this campaign.
Okay.
Perhaps you have generalized questions about some of these buildings. Why don't I give you vague, generalized descriptions of what you can see here in the town, and you can tell me if you'd like to further investigate anything. You can see a large dockhouse connected to either one of the two piers. Each one of these dockhouses seems equipped with cargo elevators, storage for grain, and various sundries. There is a small town square, and there is one large building. Knowing from experience, you figure this in your estimation to be an inn. That is the red roofed building at the north side of town there. On the eastern side of town, you see several houses that you assume to be owned by merchants. They have fresh, untarnished steel bars on the outside of their windows. And on the eastern side of the town, you see a small cluster of brown houses. Some of them are set back into the forest a bit, and each one of them appears to be created out of repurposed lumber. You also see several bits of wilderness that could be points of interest.
While we're here, maybe we should check the local wilderness and see if we can't catch ourselves some food.
I could go foraging for.
Let's find the captain so we know how much time we have.
We could split up.
Yeah.
We could split up, but let's find the captain so we can see how much time we have.
Yeah.
I
don't
strongly
wanna give enough time.
propose we find the limitations of our stay in this little podunk 3-horse town.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan.
Mr. Fang, you do have a sense that this is, in the greater scheme of the Sembian Merchant Confederacy, this is a small podunk, as you said, 3-horse town. And I'm sorry, Eden, you were saying?
I think he was just about to say something along the lines of where would we find Captain Barrack? At the inn drinking, do we think?
They said he's a mean guy. Mean guys tend to like to get drunk, from what I understand.
Just
What do
chase
you
down a crewman and ask. I'm sure they know.
Yeah, is Rail still on the ship?
Rail
No.
departed minutes ago.
Let's
Okay.
walk and talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's find our way to the tavern, as I think all things do in this town.
As you wish. Does anyone in the party dissent from this, or is everyone walking essentially together as a group toward what you can assume to be the tavern?
I think
Yep.
so, yeah.
I'll walk next to Tierney.
You find yourself somewhere new. One moment.
Oh,
That's a nice cattail up there.
I get a dice roll with the book, right?
Grant, give me 1 second.
You got it.
Grant, while I do a little bit of token wrangling, why don't you talk about what your drill manual is and go ahead and take that roll.
It's just a book with dwarven military drills in it, so it's in dwarvish. It does give me a little 1d8 roll that I can do that can have multiple effects.
Did you roll your d8 yet?
I did, so there's no effect.
What was the flavor text?
It was, let's see, so 2 was the roll. Let me try and find it real quick. So on a 2, you find yourself dwelling on the provenance of this book. You have been one of many owners. You come to realize you are unlikely to be its last. Your life is temporary. Somehow, this bit of leather and paper has managed to outlast you and perhaps outwit you. You find yourself resentful.
You find yourselves approaching this town. I'm sorry, this tavern. It's a small, cozy, rectangular-looking building. The doors are open. The sun is relatively high in the sky. It is partly cloudy today, and you can see from outside a thin tendril of smoke emitting from the chimney of the tavern. At the top of the initiative order, I have Ian. Go ahead and use your move. Investigate as you see fit. Let me know what questions you have.
All right. I'm gonna walk on in. Let's see. Oh. Well, 30 will get me there.
Uh-huh.
Fuck it, I'll just take all my movement to get to the door. Is the door open?
The door's open.
I want to look inside.
You see a cozy frontier tavern. A hearth roars in the back, keeping the chilly morning at bay. There are a few nondescript individuals drinking, and some people of note.
I'll stand in the doorway and call out, anybody seen a ship's crew in here?
As you say this, you see a man at the bar laugh and look over his shoulder at you, but he doesn't respond. He laughs a big, boomy, echoing laugh. He goes, ha 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 ha. It remains your turn.
I don't know if that's a yes or a no. If no crew, has anyone seen a captain in here?
The same man, still laughing, says, people have called me captain for many years. I don't know if I'm your captain, though.
One of those people rail?
Ah, you've met my first mate. Alan Vaughn, outside, it becomes your turn.
I move my butt up next to Ian. Did we find him?
Someone that says he is, at least.
Oh, okay. Which one?
You know, point over at the boisterous fellow.
You point at a boisterous fellow at the bar.
Am I able to use my movement to go up and greet him?
I think you've used your movement with the dash action just to get to where Ian is, and now you exchange a conversation here in the portal of the tavern. You are standing in the doorway, trying to discern who the captain is as he points at a boisterous figure clad in tattered leathers who is brushing his relatively unkempt hair out of his face.
I'm just going to stand next to Ian for this moment and wait for something to happen. I'll end my turn.
You do so. Eden Cather, outside, it becomes your turn.
See.
As you approach, you think you notice something out of the corner of your eye, Eden. Roll perception.
Okay. 11.
You think you saw movement out of the left side of your eye, in your left peripheral vision toward the forest, but as you glance over, you seem to have lost whatever it was.
Interesting. Eden will call out to the others. I think I'm just gonna go out a little ways. I thought I saw something in the woods, but I won't go far. I'm sure you have this conversation with Captain Barrick, right?
Don't get lost.
Are we sure that we trust him alone?
Who?
I'm standing
Eden.
right here.
I just don't want you to get lost, Eden.
It's very difficult for me to get lost.
Okay. I trust you.
Thank you. As I trust
Don't-
you with Captain Barrick.
Don't
Please don't offend.
don't eat any of the mushrooms until you get back and we inspect them, please.
Okay, well, I mean, they might go well with the fish that you have, so that's a very reasonable request.
True. I was just thinking about your sanity. Not so much as food, but you have a valid point.
Just remember, there's a lot of shady types around. Plus, we're probably in a hurry. I have no idea if we're in a hurry. We might be in a hurry.
From what I've seen, we are the shadiest types around here, but I suppose that remains to be.
I'm not shady. I don't think Tierney's shady either.
Eden says.
Yeah, and me, I'm not shady, right?
No, Ian's not shady
Thank-
either.
Nobody's ever gone to a tavern because they were in a rush.
We can't hear you 60 feet away.
Eden will end his turn there.
Grint, it becomes your turn.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk up to the tavern as well. Let me see how far I can get.
Not quite as close as us, but it's not your fault.
Could be a relevant time to use the dash action if you think that's relevant.
That's what I'm been doing, yes. I think that's where I land. Yeah, that looks right.
I have you at 30 feet.
But that's it? I've only moved 30?
30. Yes, from where you were? Yeah, that's 30. Yep.
I am so bad with this movement stuff, it drives me insane. So I thought each square was 5, right?
Are you using the ruler tool? Because there's like this every other square rule for like, go ahead and the 5th tool from the top on roll 20. There's like a little measuring stick. And if you just set it to hide to others, that's what I use. So you move 30 feet, thus using simply your move action, retaining your
There we
standard
go.
and your bonus action. Mm-hmm. There you go.
Okay, I'm going to move another 20 feet because my 25 is... There we go, okay.
You do so.
Okay.
You can smell the faint sulfurous smell of wood burning inside the tavern. You can smell something warm and savory from inside. You observe a stilted conversation here at the entryway. From inside, you heard a hearty bellow that reminds you a bit of yourself. It remains your turn.
Nope, that's it. Just end my turn there.
You do so. Mr. Tierney Fang, it becomes your turn here at the roadway in Serloon, Sembia.
I must have fallen behind because I see people having interesting social experiences without me. I jog up.
You do so. You feel a sense that you are, in fact, missing out on stimulating social experiences, and something about it does not sit quite right with you, Mr. Fang.
I'll assail myself of the situation. Avail myself, even. I'm going to look at the other members of the tavern and see if I see any what I would consider shady fellows or people wearing masks.
You see no one wearing masks. Your spectrum of shadiness or suspicion could perhaps be different from someone else's, but you see many denizens of the tavern that you think could just be locals, people blending in, people drinking, people sharing a poutine on the edge of the bar. You see a number of people who you think could be of interest. Behind the bar, you see just the shoulders up of a gnome. on the left side of the bar, you see a man in leathers who seems extremely amused at your current situation and locale for having conversations. In the back, watching the party with a bit of interest, is a woman wearing a hood, and at a table on the right side of the tavern, you see a man with long hair and a wispy goatee watching the party with a bit of interest. It remains your turn, Tierney.
I'm going to vaguely call out, "How's the ale here? A little bitter?"
From beneath the counter of the bar, you hear a high voice say, "It's not so bad, but you have to come inside to try it."
That sounds like an invitation if I've ever heard one. And I'll look at my companions and try and make an entrance that's less awkward.
You have a sense.
Oh yeah, just squeeze on by.
You have a sense that any hope of a non-awkward introduction has already come and gone.
That'll be, I think I sprinted up and said a few stupid quips. I think it's somebody else's turn.
Back at the top of the initiative order, Ian.
All right, speaking of stupid quips. Ian's going to go up next to who he assumes is the captain and pop a squat on a stool.
You sit on the bar stool. It is well worn and has 3 legs. Next to you is a hulking man. He is large with broad shoulders. His hair is relatively unkempt, and you can smell beer on him. As you sit down, he turns to look at you and lets out a guffaw.
Does that mean you're buying?
Oh, I was hoping you'd be buying. Isn't that the point? He has a sense of immense frustration and says, this whole time I'm sitting here waiting for you, I hope for a way for you to come in and buy me a drink. I have to try to spin a story to think, how can I get them to sit down with me and buy a drink? And the first thing you ask me, sir, can I buy you a drink? Truly, this is a perversion of everything I'd hoped for today.
Well, it's been kind of a wild one for us, too. You wait till you see the state of your ship.
He raises an eyebrow. Aye? Now, what do you mean by that, my friend?
Well, I guess the ship itself is fine, but maybe I should leave that one for your first mate.
He seems interested in what you have to say. Says, I saw her on the way in. She's upstairs. What's the issue exactly?
You'll find that's neither here nor there. We don't really know. I guess I don't really know where when we're going. Could you help us out?
When we're going. He claps you on the back a bit too hard and laughs. Now, there's a question I love. What are we going to do next? Now, I got the what? Your forward-thinking outlook, sir, may be a boon for both of us someday. So let it be known, I appreciate the way you think, my friend. We're leaving tomorrow morning. Now,
that is fantastic. Because let me tell you, if you want me to buy that drink, we got to go at some point because I can't do it right now.
A bit in arrears, my friend?
It's been a long journey, And unfortunately, our employer has decided to just leave us in the wind, you might say.
Yes, Arnold has a way of sending people to the wind, so to speak. He strokes his goatee softly, looking at you. And those, your compatriots. Is that right?
Yeah, they're great. You might want to keep the barkeep away from the sharp-looking lady, though. Between you and me, and he lowers his voice. She just doesn't like short people.
He seems to internalize this and looks at Alan with an interested glance. Doesn't like short people. Well,
didn't hear it from me.
Picked a hell of an area of the world to travel through if you don't like short people.
That's what I'm saying.
I never said I don't like short people.
Outside, gazing into the forest, Mr. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
Wait, no, I'm second.
You are. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, rude. Just kidding. I go and sit at the table behind the captain and Ian. Ian, I never said that I don't like short people. I just like to pick on Grint.
Oh, you. Yeah, it's just banter. I wouldn't,
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyways, Captain, I say in a very, like, sarcastic way. So, our pal back in Sembia decided that he's going to send us with no money, no food, no nothing. So how are we going to correct this? We were hoping that maybe he left it with you in good hands.
Left what with me exactly? Supplies, food, that sort of thing?
Yeah,
Hopefully.
exactly.
He says, I'm so glad you mentioned that because before we get into any of this drinking that I would love to resume any moment now, once you can pay my tab, I do have an important thing that we will need to discuss. It is my understanding that he very presumptuously gestures toward the party, that you and I, let us call each other we, that we are going to get 50% of whatever is brought back. Now, while I am very disappointed that you did not bargain for better terms for us, I would have tried 40-60, but because we are on this side of 50-50 together, I was hoping that you could pay my bar tab, buy me another drink, and then I have an amazing way for all of us to make money together. He lowers his voice dramatically.
Well, that sounds all fine and dandy, but I did indeed try to bargain our way into getting more, considering we're the ones in danger of our lives and not little mister back with his cane in the upstairs. So, here's the thing, buddy. We're not going to pay your bar tab. You're the captain, so you realistically should be buying all of the drinks, right? Wouldn't that be what a good leader would do?
He looks towards you and can't help but stifle a bit of a grin and a smile. Is that what you think leaders do? They buy you things? This is, in terms of being in danger here on the high seas, I can see why you might be in some danger with having thoughts like that. Your naivete may get us both thrown into the sea.
Well, I wouldn't be mad if they threw you in, but hey, who am I to make assumptions on character based on our first meeting?
He seems unoffended. Well, I've been in the sea many times, so me being tossed in wouldn't be the end of my life. You, on the other hand, I'm not so sure.
It's real cute for you to assume, isn't it?
Assumptions have kept me out of many rough waters. But that's neither here nor there. You're not going to pay my bar tab? While I appreciate your editorial on the nature of leadership, I was hoping that you would, how do I put this, offer some kind of tribute for me as your leader. If you think the role of leader is for me to bring you things, well, I always thought it was the other way around. Isn't the role of you as my... I understand you've considered yourselves to be cargo. Isn't that the role of my cargo, to bring me things? He seems very
Indeed,
amused with
it's not.
himself.
Indeed, it's not.
Resuming the initiative order with Eden.
Eden will go off a little ways to start peering into the forest, looking after the movement that he saw previously.
Roll nature. you find yourself with a sense that the forest here is likely populated with game. You trace through the trees where you saw the movement start and where you saw the movement end. It's difficult to tell. Was it a flock of starlings? Was it an owl moving silently through the trees? You may never know, but you understand what this indicates. There is bounty in the forest, if you choose to seek it. It remains your turn.
Interesting. And then, if he looks around at the vegetation, is there anything immediately interesting here on the edge of the forest?
To anyone else, there would be nothing interesting. But to you, Mr. Cather, there are many things of interest. You observe some of the local flora of Serloon. The trees here are mostly deciduous, and you can see that as you get closer to the water, there are little but rocks and mosses that grow on the rocks. Is there anything you're looking for in particular?
Mostly anything edible at this point. Sometimes there are medicinal mosses, but I think he's not taking that into consideration right now.
You see... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Steph is yelling to get the moss.
You see a number of trees that could be fruit trees, but it would take a bit of an excursion into the forest to truly ascertain anything.
Okay, I think with that, all of that in mind, he will not venture into the forest by himself, as tempting as that is. He will, I guess, use the rest. Well, would he still have dash action, do you think?
You have the ability to move somewhat in your turn. Everything we just described happened essentially between your eyes and your brain. It was just a moment of discerning what's in the forest based on your experience. So yes, you can still move. You still have plenty of action this turn.
All right. He will move back to the party, basically, approaching Tierney and Grint and say, if we have time, it looks like there's plenty of food in the forest. There's game we could hunt if anybody is familiar with hunting, or we could spend a bit of time looking to see if maybe any of the trees bear fruit. Or Alan mentioned mushrooms. It's about that time of year.
Well, we're not leaving until tomorrow, and I don't think we're getting much help from the captain, so your skills may come in great handy.
It's still the morning, right?
It is. It's about
Okay.
11 o'clock in the morning now. And as you mention the captain and help, he says, "Excuse me, something about helping the captain? Do you have gold? Would you like to help your local captain?"
You're excused.
Thank you. Says, "No. It's very hard." He turns to you, Ian, and says, "It's very hard to get good help around these parts, I must admit."
Oh, I agree, big time. But really, it's more of a problem of just not being able to physically pay for your bill. But if you do let us know about that earning gold thing, then maybe we figure it out from there.
Are they going to let him leave if his bill is unpaid?
There is a long silence as no one wants to be the one to answer that question.
Well, that's where us, not cargo, but honored passengers come in.
Honored passengers. Now, there is a phrase I think you all should get used to.
Ian, don't go talking for everyone.
Captain Barrack turns his empty glass over in his fingers and drinks a bit of the foam left over at the bottom.
How much are we talking in terms of gold? What's the damage, so to speak?
He can't help but smile and looks down a bit and says, "Well, More than a couple gold. Less than 4 gold.
7.
Grint, it becomes your turn as you make mistakes of arithmetic.
Says you. So, Grint is going to walk up to the captain. He's basically going to push himself between Alan and Ian.
You do so.
Excuse me.
There's a stool over here if you can jump to it.
0 comment.
You know what? You can take my seat. You're really getting the short end of the stick. I didn't mean it like that. I'll just stand up and...
So Grint just walks over to the stool and he's just staring daggers at Ian.
I was doing the nice thing.
I'm watching you.
Ian, there's 2 more over here if you want one.
Grint turns back to the captain. He says, "So, you're the Baron's errand boy, eh?"
Well, my friend, I would like to think we are both the Baron's errand boys.
Mm-hmm.
What if I told you that doing errands can be far more exciting than you ever imagined, my diminutive friend?
Grint just says, "I'd call you a liar."
That sword. You ever put it through anyone's ribcage before?
Yay. Would you like a demonstration?
I would, but I'd rather
Hey,
take
I
a rain
like that.
check. I was thinking, if you're very good at doing that, boy, do I have immense opportunities for all of us.
I'm listening.
He looks over his shoulder. From behind him, the gnomish bartender is polishing a glass with a gray rag. The captain shakes his head. He says, "Not here. Let's have this conversation a bit later in the evening. I have someone very special I'd like you all to meet."
So the Baron, he's full of shit, eh?
I wouldn't say he's full of shite. I would say that Arnold is dedicated to his craft, which is making money. I would hate to think that you would have been on the wrong side of that. Sometimes he does make money at someone's expense, but can that ever be prevented?
Seems he hasn't been helping your expenses.
Now, there is a sentiment I can fully agree with. He looks down at you and says, "I have a funny feeling that you and me are going to be fast friends." He extends a hand.
I don't think so.
As you
You
wish.
talk too much.
You're not the first person to accuse me of that.
So the Baron, he told us there'd be supplies on the boat.
And?
Didn't look like much.
What exactly was it that you needed to be supplied with, my martial friend?
Currency would have been a good start.
Currency. Ah, the universal salve. If only both of us had all the currency we wished for. Tierney, it becomes your turn.
I'm going to walk into the bar and take a seat across from this hooded woman.
You do so. She smiles politely at you. You can see that her skin has a faint blue hue to it, and she is wearing a hood close to her scalp. She looks at you politely, but doesn't say anything.
I'm Tierney Fang. You look like you have an interesting story to tell, and I'm nothing but ears.
She tilts her head for a moment, taking a long moment to consider even responding to you. When she speaks, the common that comes out of her mouth is somewhat broken and accented. She says, "Interesting story. I wouldn't say that I have one of those." She seems confused a bit by your inquest. However, she manages a question. She cannot suppress the curiosity to ask. She says, "Now, are you traveling with..." She takes out a piece of parchment. On that parchment, which she slides across the table towards you with a bit of a rustle, is written a name. Please check your character chat. It remains your turn as she pulls the parchment back.
I'm not certain. I didn't catch your name, by the way.
She smiles in a sphinx-like capacity and says, "I don't think you could pronounce it."
Can I place this person's accent?
Roll history.
Seven.
You are fairly sure that you have heard accents like this somewhere in a temple somewhere long ago. You rack your brain, Tierney, to try to think, where have I heard people talking just like this? You've heard it before, but you can't quite place it. You want to say in a temple at some point? Maybe during your youth? You don't know.
Well, I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name. What are you doing in this town?
Waiting for someone. But do you know what interests me?
What's that?
Around the phone, your neck.
Yes, you've noticed my jewel.
I have very how you say conspicuous.
As we both are.
As you say this, she tenses up a bit and pulls her hood a bit closer. It says, "Don't say that."
No apologies, or no insult meant. I'm just trying to be friendly.
You do your best to maintain friendliness as, at the top of the initiative order, Ian.
Sorry, did I miss something?
Yeah, you live?
Oh,
Your turn.
sorry, I tabbed out for a second.
No worries.
All right. Hmm. Well, if we can't talk about making money now, I have a suggestion. Maybe we shouldn't immediately insult the people we're supposed to be working with in the future. This is for you, Alan, and I guess Grant, though I don't think he'll listen.
Okay.
Because I like gold, and I like not getting stabbed in a ship by a crew that hates us because we insulted them.
As you say this, the captain turns over his shoulder a bit and looks at you. Says, I'm sorry, did something happen on the ship? On my ship?
But I don't know if it's really my place to tell that story.
So there's a story.
Yeah. I think you should maybe talk to Rail.
I did. And
She didn't say anything
she said plenty of things.
about the crew,
Yes.
how they're doing. What did she say? Guys, should we say anything?
Maybe not in a tavern with other people.
Oh yeah, this is maybe a private conversation, kind of.
Yeah.
Should we have a private conversation?
Your navigator's fucking
Oh, I don't
dead.
think you can leave. I guess we can't have a private conversation.
He
Sure.
raises an eyebrow and says, now we get back to the true motivation for all of you being here, your grand quest, paying my bar tab. Everything comes full circle.
Okay, you know what? I got an idea. And Ian's gonna get up and walk over to the barkeep. Howdy.
Welcome to the Dead Wyvern. Sir, it's a bit early to drink, but I don't let that stop any of my patrons any time of the day. Can I get you something?
I can see that. No, but I have a problem. Yeah, I'm just gonna lay it out there on the table. All right. That guy over there in the corner is supposed to be the captain of a ship we're supposed to be on, and I think he owes you some gold. And I don't have any gold right now to help him out. But is there anything we can do to help cover his tab?
The gnome looks up at you with a sense of opportunism and curiosity and says, a proposition I sense forming in your head. You're wondering if you could do something for me to pay off that miscreant's bar tab. What do you propose, sir?
Oh God, I have no idea.
Eden's like waving his arms, like.
You know what? Let me tell you what. Hold the thought. I'm gonna go confer with my people, and we'll get back with you and your people.
Of course. Let me know if you'd like something to drink, eat, or a room for the evening.
Thank you. I'll use the rest of my movement to get over towards Eden. You got a plan?
Well, we could ask if he needs any meat. Maybe if we offer to, I don't know, have him roll in meat, like, that's something. It's not nothing.
Sure. You know what? It's a great idea, and you seem like more of an expert on that than I am.
Meat's expensive. I do remember this.
I bet I could hunt. Yeah, I think I could hunt.
Okay, the two of us
Point me in the right
together.
way, and I bet I can hunt.
Well, we'll do it together.
How hard can it be?
You feel empowered. Of course you can hunt. You can do anything. Right, Ian?
Oh, yeah.
Alan, it becomes your turn.
Can I roll a perception to see what this other guy over here has been doing by himself?
Why don't you ping?
I'm trying, it's not letting me.
I have that problem too. On the right side here, we have,
Yeah.
if you mouse over Toussaint.
Yeah.
What is Toussaint up to? Sure, you can roll. Let's see. Actually, hold that thought for 1 second. We will say you can approach this the following ways. You could attempt to piece together some type of flow to this overall sequence of events using intelligence. You could try to piece together a high-level cognitive breakdown for what is occurring here in the Dead Wyvern Tavern in Sarloon. You could also use perception to try to think, are these people signaling something with their body language or the way that they interact with each other? Or you could use insight as a way of seeing, is there something being said more behind the words that you're hearing?
How about I just go sit down and talk to him?
As you wish.
Well, I've had enough of this conversation. Hello. Do you come here often?
The man seems incredibly amused by your lead-in and says, I love the way you say that. Do I come here often? That is, it's the language of love. Did you know? 26% of all correspondence concerns love? Did you know that? 26%, over 1/4.
Well, I don't much talk about love very often, so you have me intrigued.
Ah, now being intrigued is the first step toward being a buyer.
A buyer.
He takes a vial out of his pocket and puts it dramatically on the table. It makes a faint, glassy sound as he sets it down. He doesn't say a word.
I'm not looking to buy anything. The only thing I'm wondering is, do you like that guy over there? Barrick.
Do I like? If this is more romance talk, I must confess that Barrick is not my type.
Well, that's good to know. What about his character?
His character? What do I think of the man? Well, I don't know if good neighbors share their impressions with one another. But, look, you told me you're not interested. You don't even know what I'm selling. Do you know what this is? He taps the table.
Nothing that I'd be interested in buying.
You're not interested in unlimited power?
You're talking to the wrong gal about that.
I have a funny way of sensing out the right people for everything.
I think you have a funny way of not sensing the right person this time. I'm going to get up and actually walk over and sit next to Tierney.
Au revoir.
Hey, Tierney.
As you sit down, the hooded woman faces away, seemingly reluctant to engage in a conversation. Alan, it remains your turn.
No need to be shy. I don't bite.
The voice that comes back is broken and accented. I do not need to be knowing about biting, but thank you.
It's just a saying.
She seems very uninterested and steals a headlong glance toward the door.
Thinking about leaving, are you?
She doesn't respond. She looks you in the eye for a moment and seems suspicious.
I see that I'm unwelcome. I'll go sit by myself at the bar.
You do so.
Well, in my turn.
as you wish. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
All right, Ian. Let's go chat up the barkeep really quickly. And Ian slides into the bar stool next to Alan. Hey, hello. And then
Oh, a friendly face. Hello.
Hi. I actually have to talk to you about something, but first
Oh.
I would like to talk to you. And then he turns to the barkeep and says, "Hello. I'm very curious. Where do you get your meat from?"
The gnome looks up to you with an interested eye and says, I hope that isn't some kind of pun about where I get my meat. I assure you that everything here is as labeled.
No, it is a very genuine question. And then he sort of looks confused at Alan, like, how else do you take that?
Seemingly understanding that you are not attempting to convey that, he says, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but gnomes in these parts are discriminated against at length, and it would not be strange for you to imply that my meat would be from rats, cats, or other things that would be unseemly for humans to eat.
I'm very sorry, sir. That's not at all like where I come from. So I'm sad that that's the case here.
Your apology is accepted. Thank you.
But if you are interested in, say, elk or perhaps even fish, I'm sure that it must be difficult to procure that around here.
Tierney, as Eden speaks, you notice the hooded woman stands up and starts walking toward the bar, looking closely at Eden. Eden, it remains your turn.
Eden continues chattering about the wild array of meat that he could possibly blow this gnome barkeep's mind with, if he's interested.
The gnome scratches his head for a moment and says, well, I suppose if you were looking to have some sort of supplier relationship that could be reasonably negotiated, this would be a rather unorthodox method of meeting a new supplier, but to more his fortune. You notice something.
Okay.
Someone has sat on the other side of you, opposite Alan.
Eden turns to this new person and says, "Oh, hello. Please don't let me interrupt if you needed something from the barkeep."
She shakes her head. This is a woman with a faint blue tinge to her skin. She is wearing a hooded gray-green robe, and she looks at you with intense curiosity and says in heavily accented common, it's not anything from the bar. I am interested, believe it or not, in you.
In me? Have we met?
I don't think so, but you are Mr. Cather. Yes?
Eden looks a little confused, but he says, "Yes, how did you know that?"
I know much of your family. Grint, it becomes your turn.
Grint turns to the captain. He says, your navigator's dead.
Captain Barrack raises an eyebrow and looks at you with sudden interest. Excuse me?
You want me to speak up?
I do.
Your navigator is dead.
As far as I know, my navigator is alive and happy back in Selgaunt. I don't know why you would know him or what this has to do with anything, my friend. You're telling me that my ship's navigator, who is currently, as far as I know, in an office in Selgaunt, is dead? This is a very peculiar funeral arrangement, my friend.
How many crew do you have?
How many crew do I have? Well,
Hey.
kind of a complicated I'll give you the simple answer, and we can delve into the complicated if that is what you need, my dwarven friend. We will say 4.
Uh-huh. And who's your navigator?
My navigator is, well, his name is Dawn, but I don't think that you know him. As I said, he is in Selgaunt as we speak, 400 miles away from here down the coast where you just came from.
Why would he be in Selgaunt?
Because that's where he lives and works, my friend. I was unaware that you'd be doing a census today.
What good would your navigator be if he wasn't on the boat?
What navigators do, my friend, I understand if you haven't spent much time at sea. What navigators do is they plan itineraries. They tell me and my crew how to set the sails. It is not entirely uncommon for my navigator to stay at home during a voyage.
Well, he didn't. He died.
How do you know this?
Because I was on the boat when it happened.
When it happened?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Today.
He died? Today?
He was murdered.
He puts his face closer to yours, and you can smell the malty beer on his breath. For a moment, he drops the boisterous facade and says, "What the hell are you talking about?"
There were 4 crewmen on the boat when we boarded. While we were in transit, someone killed the navigator, Don, like you said.
Who? What do you mean, someone killed him?
We don't know. That's the problem.
He narrows his eyes and looks over his shoulder. Says, "Where's Rail?"
How the fuck should I know?
Barrick sighs, strokes his chin, and says, "Well, this is a little bit more complicated than what I originally thought we'd be discussing.
Oh, no shit.
Don murdered today on board. Interesting.
You telling me he wasn't supposed to be there?
That's right.
Then why would he be on the boat?
Did Arnold ask him to go with you?"
Might have. I don't know.
He seems to think about this and hits the bar a few times as he tries to make sense of what you're telling him. Suddenly, he relaxes for a moment and says, his boisterous expression comes back, "This is a joke, right?"
Do I look like I joke often?
I can't say I have a picture in my head for what a comedian looks like, but I guess comedians could be short. You're not joking, are you?
Brent grabs his sword. I'm sorry, grabs the scabbard of his sword, okay? And juts it forward, attempting to smack him in the gut with the pommel.
Captain Barrick watches your hand go to your sword, and his hand goes to his left hip, where he also has a sword. He says, "Look, it's all fun and games, but let's maybe keep the weapons at bay, my young friend."
It's only fair. You got a sharp tongue. I got something sharp too.
Tierney Fang, you watch as Grint Grommel does a appreciable job intimidating the captain with his hand on his sword. It becomes your turn, Tierney.
Okay. I assume I can hear most of everything that's being spoken in this inn.
You can hear
Tavern.
bits and pieces. There are unrepresented on this map. There are a number of people having quiet, small conversations. Every once in a while, the bartender will serve someone a beverage or what they are serving for food today, which is fragrant poutine, which has a funny way of catching your eye every time you see it out of the corner of it.
And I am hungry. But
That's not the best delivery.
I will make my way to the scuffle that's happening between Grint and the captain. We need the captain.
You do so.
I'm going to introduce myself. Tierney Fang.
The captain still has his hand on the hilt of his sword, and he looks over at you for a moment before looking back at Grint. He says, "My name's Barrick, but I don't know that we could shake hands right now. I'm a bit worried about the possibility of a sword fight, my friend. Introductions may need to wait."
Grint has that effect on many.
Evoking concern. Yes, I could see that.
Grint, do you mind if I take over this conversation?
Go for it.
All right.
We'll de-escalate.
How do you de-escalate?
Taking his hand off the sword.
You do so.
I couldn't help but overhear a bit of what you were talking about.
Overhearing, eavesdropping, the national sport of taverns in Sembia.
How else do you get reliable information except by the mouth of the horse that says it?
Very simply, you pay for it. You pay for the information.
Lots of talk about money, but nobody has coin here.
It's funny, again, this seems to be the way of the world in Sembian taverns, my friend.
Yeah, apparently. Well, listen, the second best thing to coin is conversation that results in a flow of information back and forth.
He seems to consider this for a long moment before finally Captain Barrick says, "Aye, you understand the value of information. That's an interesting thing for a stranger to say. Where'd you pick up on that?"
Well, I wasn't born yesterday or the day before. I believe what my stalwart friend here was trying to communicate is that there was a navigator when the ship left dock. And in a panic, in the middle of the night, he was found dead. And I have a very strong suspicion about who did it.
I'm all ears.
I don't exactly know the names of your crew other than Rail, but there was a male rigger and a female rigger. And we found what we believe to be the murder weapon in the room that they slept. And I interrogated him in my special way, and I have a strong suspicion he had course to do so.
Barrick seems to consider this for a moment. Says, "So, I can't help but notice one thing here about your story, my new friend, Mr. Tierney. You want to accuse someone of murder, but you don't know their name. And this is after you gave them your unique interrogation?"
Yes, well, they're not exactly forthcoming or kind. You wear the cloak well, but you understand what I'm saying.
There's a glimmer of recognition in his eye, and he says quite simply, "The sea takes a certain type."
They do. Listen, what your crew gets into and their meanderings are not our responsibility or problem. However, we did throw the body overboard unweighted, and it will come back up.
The body. you. So, let me see if I've got this right.
Yeah.
You, Tierney Fang, it's good to meet you, by the way, observed
Absolutely.
on board my ship a murder on the high seas, where my navigator, who is not supposed to be on the ship, was killed on board. And then, in a bit of funerary haste, you simply threw the body overboard. This is a... Do you know what I love so much about taverns, Mr. Tierney Fang?
What's that?
People can just say whatever the hell that comes to their mind, and no one... no matter what people say, they seem to think that they're going to get away with it. This story, while fanciful, does not ring true.
You don't have to believe me. It's your crew to deal with. What time did you say we were leaving again?
Daybreak tomorrow.
Have a great night talking to your crew.
He says, if I could, though, and he tries to put his arm on your shoulder. Do you let him?
Absolutely.
He puts his arm on your shoulder, showing a bit of respect via fraternity, and says, I do enjoy a man that can tell a good story, though, because he lowers his voice. There's something very special I want to do before we leave here. I want to talk with you tonight before we all go to sleep.
I'll touch my nose.
Says, well, he raises his voice again, and Barrick says, well, that being said, enjoy your day. Saralune's beautiful this time of year, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Back at the top of the initiative order, Ian Kalis.
Ian's gonna he's gonna walk towards the bar, but he's gonna pass by Tierney and the captain and Grant and say to the captain, well, for what it's worth, I thought it was Rail.
You thoughts? Sorry?
Well, if we're just saying it, I think it's Rail.
You think what's Rail?
You know the whole dead navigator thing?
Navigator is alive and well in Selgaunt.
Yep, he sure is. Hey, Grint, you remember the whole dead guy quota that we talked about hitting already?
Hey.
Thank you for not increasing that quota tonight. Let's keep that up. Let's keep that energy.
No promises.
You know, you're doing your best, and that's fine.
Hey.
He's gonna go over to the bar and kind of like lean over to behind everybody to address the gnome and go like, we're thinking it's like a one-time meat supply deal sort of thing. We're just trying to get our ship out to sea.
The gnome seems particularly amused by this and says, ah, yes, I've seen this many a time. Usually these people end up washing dishes or similar, but I'm sorry, if you would prefer to hunt elk for me, that would be, I suppose, perfectly fine.
I forgot my prestidigitation at home, so.
That seems like something you should not leave at home, my friend.
That was the first time for everything. What are you looking for exactly for that? For whatever he owes.
He tilts his head and says, well, I was not really prepared to accept this question this morning, but I am running a busy tavern here, and if you could, in fact, bring me back the body of a large elk, I could turn that into 3 or 4 days of stew. I see no reason not to forgive Barrick's quote-unquote tab for that type of service, if that's something that you truly want to do.
Sound good, Eden?
Eden's fairly distracted, but he eventually nods.
Yeah. Okay, let's call that a deal.
How distracted are you, Eden?
Fairly distracted. He's sort of staring at this lady and just nodding when Ian calls his name, like, yes, yes. Whatever you're saying sounds good.
Noted. Alan Vaughn.
Do I hear the interaction between the hooded woman and Eden?
She is keeping her voice down as best she can, so you are on the other side of her. You can see it. You can hear a bit of the conversation. You can hear, you hear Eden divulge who he is. You hear her sort of awkward attempts at confirming this.
Yeah. Eden, where did you say that you were from again?
I didn't say actually, but I
Seems like you're something special.
to certain kinds of people, I suppose. But it doesn't really matter here. Or where we're going.
I beg to differ. If there's a woman waiting for you here,
Are you waiting for
are you
me?
like engaged to be married and you didn't want to tell us?
Sure, yes. That's
Are you
exactly
Are
what's
you
going-
running away? Are you running away from like an arranged marriage or something?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know. That's a little quick to say yes, Eden.
Well, I was very frightened that you would judge me for this, but, you know, since we seem to be telling everybody the truth, it is exactly as you say. I was engaged, and I do not wish to be, now or ever.
What? I mean, I was
Really
just
hit a
throwing
bullseye
something
on that
out
one.
there. I don't. What? What? Wait, are you being serious?
Is like, just buy me a drink. Like, if
Can I
you're
roll
really.
for like insight or like can we do contesting persuasion deception checks?
It's all above board. This all happens here on the Prime.
I'm not sure I believe you, but you seem level-headed. Hooded woman. Your gorgeousness. How do you know Mr. Cather?
She doesn't look at you even when she responds. Her eyes settle on Eden's. Eden, you observe her blue irises shimmering very slightly with understanding of all of these factors together. She doesn't respond directly to you, Alan, but says, Mr. Cather, how do you, I am a big, very, she seems to struggle speaking the common tongue and says, I'm a big fan. Your family has done so much for my people and for this area.
Oh, okay. What people would that be?
She said, "Well, it is not. It's not just my people, I suppose." She trails off for a bit. Alan, it's still your turn.
I'm actually gonna get up and I'm going to kind of like wedge my hand in kind of in between them, kind of like put my arm like on the bar and face myself in the direction of the hooded woman. So, how did you know that Mr. Cather was going to be here?
She looks over at you for just a moment before she looks right back at Eden. She says, how do you say? Whisper on the waves.
Do you mean him any harm?
I don't mean anyone any harm. I only seek to. I don't understand your question, but I only seek to right the wrongs of the world, not to harm anyone.
Right the wrongs of the world. I kind of am intrigued, and I would like to perceive to see if I see any pins that you would also know of.
Roll perception.
That is 15 on die.
You notice a number of things about her. You notice that her skin seems to have a strange tint to it. You notice that the green-gray of her robe is pulled very tightly around her form, and she seems slender yet tall. You notice very few identifying characteristics. You examine her robe to see, is there anything that may suggest an allegiance to an organization, And you find none. However, you do notice that she has a peculiar looking walking stick rested against the bar.
Peculiar in what way?
It just seems carved using manners that you've never seen before. You see depictions of waves, tentacles, something about this just seems off to you. But you see no pins, no brooches, nothing that would indicate allegiance to an army, an organization, a country. Nothing in particular.
1 sec. I question her. I say, do you believe in fairness and equality for all?
She says, finally locking eyes with you for a moment, I believe in justice.
I think that we're on the same page. Now, is there anything that Mr. Cathera, his family, has done that'd be worth looking into? And then I look
very
back.
personal.
I look back at Eden, and I give him a spicy little like.
That's not what I expected. Is there anything, Mr. Cather? She seems to ponder this for a moment as if trying to ponder how to help the words come out. As it becomes your turn, Eden.
Sorry, we're being very rude. What is your name?
She shakes her head as if trying to finish her thoughts inside of her head before responding. She gives you a brief shake of her head. She says, you couldn't say it anyway, don't worry. It's your family. Did you... She sighs. How do I put this?
It's okay. You don't have to.
Eden, do you know the Cormyrean sea turtle? You know, it's a small creature.
Well, I haven't seen one yet, but maybe I will.
She shakes her head appreciatively and looks at you with a brief intensity and says, yes, I have seen many. And you know, on the beaches between Selgant and Serwin, there is a beach where sea turtles have spawned for many millennia. It's very beautiful. 4 years ago, do you know how many sea turtles spawned on this beach?
4 years ago? I assume the average amount?
No, this is... I don't speak in averages. I speak in very specific terms.
Do you want me to guess?
She smiles a cruel smile and says, yes. Why don't you guess?
Eden sort of doesn't seem to get it, and he looks again at Alan and then back to the lady and eventually says, 1,236.
You were actually a lot closer than I expected. It was 7,213. And then 3 years ago, your family built a strip mine. Do you know where the tailings from the strip mine go?
Eden doesn't say anything.
She answers her own question. She says, "They go on to the beach. Do you know how many sea turtles spawned last year?"
Eden still doesn't say anything.
Her eyes glimmer with intensity. Roll insight.
$18.
You notice her hand going to her hip as she says this. 7. 7 this year.
7 is Grint's favorite number.
She pulls a dagger from her hip. Roll initiative.
Everyone?
Everyone.
Eden sort of staggers back and looks like he's going to puke at 7.
That would be a 9.
A 4.
17.
21.
Sorry, I was wrong on mine. Let me get those again. We got Tierney with a 21.
17.
Ian with a 21.
Got it.
Eden has 4.
Alan's a 9.
And Grint?
10.
Man, we are in shock. We can't even move.
Ian Kalis. Out of the corner of your right eye, you see a sudden movement as you watch this woman's robe move as she grabs for something on her hip. It's your turn, Ian.
All right. Ian's gonna. Whoa! And then I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna try to cast levitate on the woman.
Levitate? Okay.
Get away!
She's flying today.
If I can.
She's just gonna like jank up into the ceiling and snap her neck or some shit.
I don't think you can damage people with it, but she will go 20 feet up if it works. It's Constitution saving throw to see if they're affected.
What's your spell DC? 15?
It's 14.
One moment. She passes.
Damn.
You attempt to move her toward the ceiling using the momentum provided by your magic. It catches her for a moment, but she resists. It remains your turn.
I don't suppose it's possible to try to like squeeze in between them, is it?
What do you want to try? Talk me through it.
Like to kind of jump between, be like, wait, stop, kind of thing.
You can do so. You attempt to intercede, and you notice that she is both grabbing for the staff that she was using as a walking stick and seemingly is trying to grasp a dagger. It remains your turn. You get the impression that it may be a bit late to intercede nonviolently.
I think it's probably about all I can do is try to get in the way.
I would agree with that interpretation. Tierney Fang. You observe a sudden flash of motion and hear the sounds of Ian trying in vain to intercede in an argument that is blossoming into something far more.
Do I see the dagger?
You don't. You do see her hand on the staff.
Well, hold on, I'm looking up a spell real quick. Okay. I am going to use the cantrip Lightning Lure. It pulls the target toward you unless they succeed in a strength check against your spell DC.
Strength check versus your spell DC. Lightning Lure. Okay.
Then they take a bit of damage, but not much.
1d8 lightning. Is that on fail or pass? It looks like the damage is. It looks like the damage is either way, and the strength saving throw is to resist the pull.
That's correct. I'm going to try and pull this individual toward me.
She rolled nat 20 on the save.
All right. Well, then I did
She's
1d8 damage
determined.
to her. Let's roll.
Yep, roll the damage.
I already had suspicions about this. Oops, that's not right. 1.
You attempt to pull this woman toward you using the natural power of storms. She resists the impulse, but the crackling lightning briefly illuminates the tavern and her skin as it burns her forearm. It remains your turn.
I am going to navigate to a different position in the bar.
You will...
Specifically back here.
Are you disengaging?
No, I mean, I am not next to her. I'm next to Barrick. If Barrick
yes,
wants to
okay.
strike me, that's on him.
Got it. Barrick does not want to strike you.
Okay.
You
It's a good litmus
reposition.
test.
You move closer to the door, taking cover next to the stable.
Yes.
Anything else on your turn?
That's it.
The woman goes, and as she takes her staff in both hands, giving up on the dagger for now, her hood falls down, and you see that she has gills behind her ears, and she is perfectly bald. She takes her staff and attempts to jab Eden in the gut with it. Eden does 17 hit. Take 2 damage. She knocks the wind out of you, hitting you below the ribs with the blunt end of the staff. It looks like she was hoping to do more damage, but it still knocks the wind out of you, catching you off balance. She disengages away toward the center of the room. Ends her turn, and it becomes Grint's turn.
Grinch just kind of like elbows the captain. And he goes, "Oh, I've never seen a tavern fight before noon."
Barrick smiles and laughs and says, Hey. If Fergus looks too much at what's happening, let's go behind the fucking bar." He nods his head. I've seen plenty of bar fights before noon. Nothing abnormal, but if we can, let's grab a bottle of whatever they've got. It remains your turn.
Grinch just kind of laughs and he reaches for a drink that isn't there and he goes, "Oh," and he ends his turn.
You do so, drinking at the bar, perfectly happy to sup air, imagining that it's ale. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
All right. So Eden's staggering back after being checked in the gut, and he's like, "I'm sorry. Please don't hurt anybody else. They had nothing to do with this." And then he wild shapes into a wolf, and starts to run.
Where do you run?
Let's see. I think he'll take the long way around the tables, to sort of like put that distance in between him and the other lady. But he's aiming to circle around towards the entrance of the inn. Let's see.
So if you were going to do this without provoking an attack of opportunity, is your goal are you trying to get behind her? Are you trying to get to the other side of the tavern? What are we looking to do?
Just circle behind her without provoking that attack of opportunity and then he's aiming to like run out the entrance of the tavern to sort of try to draw her away from the others.
First, you summon natural power. You ascend into something terrifying and primal, a wolf. What does that wolf resemble, or what does it look like? Describe to me the features of Eden as wolf.
So it's very gray, it's dark gray, and very shaggy. I think it looks more domesticated than wild, probably at this point. And he's a little unused to the form, so it's very clumsy, like scrabbling against the floor of the tavern as he's scrambling to get away.
You scramble through the tavern, and you find that your viewport is now much closer to the ground. This is a way that you don't see indoor architecture very much at all. You scramble toward the back of the tavern. You notice at the table Toussaint watching this with a degree of interest. He doesn't appear to be armed, but seems to watch this with one raised eyebrow. It remains your turn, Eden, if there's anything else you wanted to do.
That was my action, and then I took my movement, so I'll end my turn here.
We're at the back, we're at the top of the order with Ian.
I think you skipped me again.
How did I did skip
I don't
you again.
know.
Alan Vaughn.
I'm dropped liver.
Alan Vaughn, you're the best. It's your turn.
That's okay. I'm going to kind of like sprint and slide in front of her. Sorry, there's like one fly. I don't know where it came from, but it won't leave me alone. Slide in front of her, and I'm going to put my hand like on her shoulder. And I'm going to stare her dead in her face. I'm going to say, one who seizes power and holds it above all else is a traitor. And that should resonate.
She spits on the ground and curses at you in a language that you cannot quite understand, and you get the impression that whatever she said seems to acknowledge that it did in fact land. It remains your turn.
You will cease your efforts here, or you will be held responsible by the highest council.
She takes in a deep breath and steels herself. Both hands curl around the staff, and she shows no signs of relenting or giving up. It remains your turn.
Interesting. I am going to try and take her staff from her.
she has both hands wielded around, she has both hands wrapped around it and seems to have a pretty firm grasp on it right now. You could attempt to disarm her, but you sense that by doing so, it may open you up to being counterattacked by the staff. Do you try to just get a hand on the staff and like fight against her, like grapple with her, or what's your strategy?
Yeah, I would say that I would grab the staff with both hands and use my foot to try and like push her off of it.
You attempt to grapple the staff out of her. You put your foot down to try to get leverage as you try to put both hands around her staff to try to take it away from her. Make an athletics check. And I will tell you the DC in a moment when she rolls acrobatics. Did you beat 14?
I did not.
You attempt to grab the staff away from her. In the moment at which your fingers fail to grasp the carved wood, she counterattacks. Does 15 hit?
It does.
Take 3 damage. Also, make sure this is part of combat on Roll20. When you take damage, everyone make sure you update your token on the game board.
Updated.
She means to strike you much harder, but can't get the momentum because you're standing so close with her, fighting her for her weapon. She knacks you on the shoulder, giving you a small bruise. It remains your turn.
Grint, I'm going to need your help with this.
There's 4 of you.
Okay.
Well, I was trying to give you a compliment.
There's 4 of you. Well, I love how he's not. It's not inclusive of Grint.
Am I able to do another action or no? Because it seems that sometimes we do multiple, but I'm trying to feel out your combat.
A brief interlude about combat and how we look at these things. So there's like a certain momentum to combat, right? So I would say in this case, you've used your standard action, which was grappling for the staff. You have not used your movement yet, and you haven't used your bonus action. And sometimes things like having a conversation with Grinch or like calling over your shoulder or something like that, that can be like a stand-in for your bonus action. So in this case, I look at this a lot of as tempo, right? So like the tempo of combat. And here I will say that you and this mysterious hooded woman are engaged in melee combat. You've attempted to grab her staff away from her, couldn't do so. She counterattacks and hits you. You're a little bit off your balance, but you still maintain enough combat momentum to do something if there's anything in that sequence that primes you to do something else.
I'm going to use Hellish Rebuke.
Is Hellish Rebuke a bonus action? You don't have your standard
It's
action.
a reaction. It's a reaction.
It's a reaction. That's true.
To somebody, yeah. She must make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. $14.
Meets it, beats it. But she still takes half damage, so 1 second. She's going to take 5 fire damage.
What does it look like when Alan is threatened and rebukes somebody? What does the fire look like? Do you aim it at her? Is it something where when her staff touches you, what's the reaction? What is this like for you?
So as she like hits me back with the staff, she would like kind of like pull her hand from underneath and go like this, and flames would shoot forward.
The flames crackle across her exposed flesh. Eden Cather.
That'll end my turn.
Got it. Eden, it becomes your turn.
Is it Eden's turn?
Yeah, don't we start at the top of the order?
Sorry, we're okay. So, bit of a meta point. You may have noticed that in previous campaigns I've done all this on paper, so I'm trying to do it in a document now, and it's a little rough. So please forgive me. I have Eden with an eye. I've Eden. Yeah, this is correct on initial order.
We went out of order by accident.
Yeah,
We did. You're
because
right. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. So we're back at the top with Ian. Ian Kalis.
All right. Ian's gonna call over to the barkeep. Go, hey barkeep, do you guys have a bouncer or something?
The gnome looks nonplussed by this and crosses his arms and says, well, I guess we could really use one. Maybe after we get this squared away, if you'd like to put in an application, I think we could probably find a good spot
All
for
right,
you, sir.
later. After he's gonna, I guess, step up behind the hooded lady, and can I use Mage Hand to pull the hood down over her face?
Her hood has already fallen down a bit, so you can see the top of her head, which is... she has no hair on the top of her head, and she has gills behind her ears. And you can see now that more of her skin is exposed that she looks a bit non-humanoid. There's some kind of otherworldly quality to her fishy-looking skin.
Yeah. Could I use it to pull it like over to cover her face? I mean, to like blind her.
I think that's pushing the use of Mage Hand as like a blindness spell.
Ian's gonna just grab her then, try to grapple her.
Okay. Roll athletics. In fact, roll athletics at advantage because you're behind and she's engaged in combat with someone else.
Athletics, my specialty. A 13.
You are unable. You almost are able to restrain her from behind, but you find that her skin has a bit of a slimy character to it, and when you go to touch her, you have a hard time wrapping your hands around her mass.
All right, he's just gonna just get out of here, lady, and then to everyone else, just remember the quota. We already hit the quota.
It remains your turn.
But that's all I got.
Tyranny Fang.
Let's see. Okay. I would like to cast Firebolt.
Oh no, this poor lady.
She's attacking one of us. I don't know what to tell you.
With a stick.
It's a bar fight.
It's a staff, to be fair.
It's a stick.
Make your ranged attack.
Whoops. A little too much there.
Oops.
24?
24 hits.
Cool.
It's 1d10 fire damage, I believe.
Yeah. Sorry, I have a million windows up.
I know that feeling.
Do you have 2 screens or just one right now?
1d10 fire damage, yeah?
Yes.
9.
Your firebolt streams across the tavern, illuminating the chestnut in the beams of the ceiling as it flies. As the firebolt goes through the air, Tierney, you have a brief moment where you consider something. Consequences. You wonder what would happen if the firebolt was errant in its quest to find her flesh, and you worry what could happen if that were to occur. But you are met with a sense of relief as the bolt of fire embeds itself in her shoulder, singeing her robe and filling the tavern with the foul smell of burning flesh. It remains your turn as Barrick holds his nose and reaches over the bar to grab a bottle.
I'm going to bark out one word. Yield.
Whatever she says in response is not in a language you understand, but it is a foul curse. You know that much.
I think I understand.
You do. You have a funny feeling that you can wrap your arms around what she's saying, even if you can't speak it.
I am going to take a step and place myself in the doorway to block her exit.
You do so.
Eden, remember that conversation we had on the boat?
Eden's a wolf, but he barks.
Woo! I'm done.
Grint, you observe as Barrick leans across the bar, and in the furor seems to be able to take a bottle of wine without the bartender noticing. He slides it toward you and offers it to you. Says, "Hi, what did I tell you?"
Grint's going to take a sip.
You do so.
And then he's going to stand up on the stool, okay? And after witnessing Ian's pathetic attempt to grapple, he's going to call out, "Ian!" And he, like, pantomimes the proper way to grapple someone from behind.
You could just help.
You got this.
You stand up on the stool and provide Ian with a demonstration of how to properly grapple. Now, Ian, do you reject this wholesale, or do you internalize it?
Oh, he's gonna trust that it's a proper demonstration and try his best next time, probably.
Next time you do so, if you attempt to emulate Grint, you will again use advantage when grappling. Anything else for your turn, Mr. Grommel?
No, that'll be all.
Alan Vaughn.
Hey, it's my turn. I just keep staring her dead in the face. Enough is enough. Are you done?
There is smoke coming from her shoulder where her flesh has been singed and burned, and she gasps in pain as she takes in some of these injuries. Nonetheless, you can tell, based on her composure, that she is far from done. It remains your turn.
I am going to step to the side here, and I'm going to try and push her into a seat by making sure that I hit her in the shoulder that hurts the most.
Does Alan focus more on making this hurt, like going for the shoulder and ensuring that that you inflict lots of pain, or are you more just trying to get her where you want her to go, if you had to pick one of the two?
She would be utilizing the wound as a method to get her where she wants her to go. but not purposely inflicting additional pain.
Noted.
Could I utilize this as persuasion in a way? And okay, here. Okay, wait, hold on. So instead of pushing her into the chair, she will put her hand on her shoulder, squeeze, and then in an effort to persuade her to stop, she is going to say, "You are done."
Roll persuasion, sure. You get the impression
22.
you get the impression that her resolve is very strong, and as you touch her skin, you realize how cold it is. Your fingers sink in a little bit. As you touch the burned portion of her robe, you sense the strange sensation of warmth and cold meeting something together. It reminds you of melted ice cream in a truly macabre way. She gasps and looks at you, but does not relent.
Persuasion was 22.
Your hand sinks into her shoulder. You attempt to compel her, but you wonder if it's more difficult to compel somebody who is not made quite like you.
I'm just gonna kind of keeping very awkward eye contact, and in an effort to additionally persuade, she will lean in and whisper something in her ear, and I will message that to you. I'll put it in my character check.
Noted.
But you can move on.
Eden Cather. You are currently a wolf in a tavern, a bit of a fish out of water, as it were. You observe a number of attempts to control or otherwise prevent your assailant from escaping. It becomes your turn as you look at the world through the eyes of a wolf.
Eden is sort of half regretting his change at this point, but he's sort of he makes a whimper sound when the firebolt goes sailing across the room, perhaps frightened in that same way that it might go astray, and then equally upset when it does find its mark. I think he will continue his path, like scrambling through the tavern. He might dive under the table to make a more direct break towards the door, ignoring Toussaint.
Running through, sort of running underneath, attempting to get underfoot as a way of getting outside. Why don't you roll athletics?
Okay.
Actually, acrobatics, I think, probably better.
Okay. 16.
You are able to easily run through the legs of the tables and chairs and make your way toward the front.
As he circles around Alan and the woman, he sort of makes a noise to be like, "Hey, I'm still right here." Kind of like a low growling yip. And that was 15, 20, 25, 30. And he, wolves have a movement of 40, so he's able to make it out the door.
You find yourself in more comfortable climes. You feel a bit more at home outside, although you can hear from inside the continued sounds of combat. It remains your turn if you have anything else.
I'll end my turn right here.
The woman moves to cast a spell. She looks directly downward at the floor of the tavern. In a moment, some of the floorboards fly upward as she casts Erupting Earth. Can Ian, Alan, I guess that's it, just Eden and Alan, make a dex save?
All right.
I failed real hard. The hardest I could fail.
Did you roll in that one?
I indeed rolled in that one.
Noted.
I want to use my Tides of Chaos to give myself advantage.
Okay. Do you sense something significant about what's about to occur, Mr. Kalis?
I guess. Ian's just he's hoping for the best. I got a nat 20.
Did you?
I guess it was significant.
You find the floor of the tavern cracking underneath you. Ancient chestnut floorboards are cracked and pieces of them are thrown upward. You have zero problem avoiding this. You seem to have a supernatural ability to predict when it's about to happen, and as if a prodigy, you take a delicate step backward, seemingly completely unaffected by the pieces of wood and then earth and rock flying up from the hole created in the ground. Alan Vaughn, you are not quite so lucky. First, a piece of a floorboard, then a rock, then a bit of earth flies up out of the ground, out of the broken floor of the tavern, and flies up and hits you. Take 14 damage. She also takes this damage as she centered the spell on herself. The floorboards rise up, slashing through her legs and lower torso. Ian, it becomes your turn.
Shit.
You hear the bartender say, "Hey, not in the bar."
I guess he'll kind of call out one more time. Lady, please, we don't want to hurt you. Just stop. Last chance.
She gasps. You see blood running from her lips, and whatever she says in a language, again, you do not speak, is at best calling you the worst pejorative you can possibly imagine. It remains your turn as she gasps at you with some abyssal tongue that you don't speak.
Tierney, you got any of that charm left?
Only Char.
Okay. I would like to use catapult on one of the floorboards that got thrown.
Catapult, which throws something.
It's an object that weighing 1 to 5 pounds.
reasonable. So Dex saving throw, pass, it goes flying past her, fail, like hits her in the head. 3d8
Yes.
bludgeoning. Okay.
And I guess I don't know if I can do this, but he's kind of trying to aim to knock her out, not necessarily kill her if it's possible.
You have a sense with your hand still in the piece that taking a piece of broken floorboard and heaving it as hard as you can at someone is unlikely to knock them out in a recoverable way.
Then I'll use a cantrip instead. Let me use Mind Sliver.
Mind Sliver.
It's an intelligence saving throw, or they take 1d6 psychic damage, and then their next saving throw, they subtract a d4 from it.
This is a cool spell. Is it an int saving throw?
An intelligence saving throw, yeah.
I'm assuming an 8 fails.
Yep.
So 1d6 psychic damage.
5.
Describe Mind Sliver to me. How does this manifest itself? Is it visible, or do we just see her clutch her head in pain? What does this look like?
Yeah, I think it would be. I don't think it would be super visible. Like obviously he's casting a spell, but I don't think it's even like a ray of light or anything like that. I think it's kind of like in my mind, it's sort of like another way of sort of twisting luck.
I love that conceptualization for Ian. You watch as she clutches her head. Blood comes out of her nose as she gasps in pain. Anything else on your turn, Mr. Kalis?
He'll just say to the group, "We don't have to kill her."
Tierney Fang, you hear this invocation.
My confidence in my party is waning. I would like to cast Magic Missile.
I didn't expect Tierney to be the killing type.
One d4 plus 1 times 3. I have done 10 damage.
Mr. Fang, you know from your arcane background that magic missile tends to take on the form of whoever casts it. What does Tierney Fang's magic missile look like? Each of these darts resembles what?
An unguarded straight blade razor.
I love it. You watch as these astral bits of razor, these incredibly, impossibly sharp objects fly through the tavern, dealing 10 damage, you said? They find her flesh and cut it to ribbons. One goes into her cheekbone, finding the bone and stopping. One cuts into her chest. One cuts into her gut. There is a brief moment where she stops, looks down at her wounds, touches her face, feeling where the magic missile impacted there, and then falls forward, landing face first on where she had broken the floorboards. Blood pools on the ground.
I assume combat's over?
You assume correctly. In fact, actually, We're a bit overdue for our fiver. Should we take our fiver right now? How's that sound? Back in 5?
Sounds good. Yes.
Oh, I should check on the stream. I haven't even looked at stream chat in an hour. Hello. Oh, what do we got here? We got Breebonk, whoever the hell that is. We got Famari. Hello. We have Astrosprout here in chat. Hello. Oh, let's see. Captain looking for a hookup. Is that the case? Really? Lumi, if you're still here, this is just a display for the stream. I have everything else. I have a DM screen on this screen. I'll show you later.
Hello.
Welcome back.
What you got going on there, Dave? What you eating?
Victory tacos.
That sounds yummy. I didn't expect tyranny to be spicy.
Can't negotiate with combatants.
You're not wrong. I also didn't expect Ian to be like, it's okay, no violence. Like, we're alright, don't do it.
Yeah, he's still new to all this.
Yeah, I'm very curious about what Alan tried to say to her.
Yeah, same. Oh, Alan speaks every language.
No, she can read every language.
Hello.
I'll read. Hello.
Yeah. Oh, our glorious DM is back.
Well, it's just me, but if I see any glorious DMs, I'll let you know.
Oh.
Heyo.
I was talking about you. So.
Everyone here, or are we good? Good to go? Hell yeah. You find yourselves listening to the gnomish bartender complain as he wonders aloud why these things always seem to happen within the confines of his tavern. The smell is a bit concerning as the corpse lies face down here in the tavern. You notice that somehow Barrick has acquired a bottle of wine and he is drinking directly out of it. It's the party's turn.
I'm gonna go and who is our healer? Are you still a wolf? I'm going to go pet the dog.
I'm going to stand up straight, straighten off my jacket, and dust it off a little bit.
I go over to Eden and I kind of, if she allows, I pet his head, and Eden, doggy, do you have the ability to perhaps bring her back to life? Is that a thing that you can do? I don't know.
I would highly suggest against bringing back an assassin hired to kill you back to life.
I think she was more like just an angry person.
Yeah, I don't think that just
Sounded like a misunderstanding.
Killing somebody in a tavern is the right thing to do, but now we're going to have to deal with the freaking, I don't know, the police of this town.
We already dealt with the law enforcement here, first of all. Second of all, the group here really cannot recognize a hostile combatant intent on killing one of you. There can only be one response to this. We have witnesses
yes, to
all
get
over
the law
here.
enforcement involved. It's not our right to kill someone.
There's a time and a place for that kind of violence, but I don't know. I just thought there's like 5 of us. We could have stopped them.
You all tried to negotiate to
agree.
no avail.
Well, I'm not the one that killed her, so whenever
Yeah,
the law
I am.
enforcement gets here, then we'll see what they have to say.
I
Well,
think you vastly overrate the infrastructure of the judicial system in this land.
We're jumping some steps. Is everybody okay? Are you all okay?
I'm fine. I'm all right.
Okay, good. There's one step. Step
We
2,
have to-
barkeep. Is there a cleric or somebody we can call?
Eden.
Is there a temple?
Eden is not a cleric, but
Healers?
yes, that one.
The barkeep goes to intercede, and then it appears that you have found your own answer internally. So he demurely goes back to polishing a glass.
He doesn't like alert the authorities or anything. I'm so confused.
Grant walks over to the dead body. He picks up one, like a piece of the plank, like a stick or something, and he pokes her. Then he kind of gets up and he goes, What do you think that thing tastes like?
Grint, you prod the corpse with a bit of free wood that you find. Seems fleshy. Not like anything you've ever seen before. Roll history.
That is just wrong.
Grint, did you find those sausages or did you bring them from home?
Oh, man. $12.
You're not sure exactly what this creature is. However, you think you've probably eaten worse.
He turns to Barrick. He says, "You ever seen one of these things?"
Yes, I have seen that many times. Not in a tavern, but there's a first time for everything. Didn't someone just say that a moment ago? Well, you were right. He takes a big gulp of his stolen wine and offers you some, but you seem particularly occupied, Grint, so he takes your swig for you.
It's fair.
Did the barkeep realize that he stole the wine and just didn't give a shit?
All the world's a stage.
You're not sure. You observe this happening. You cannot quite infer whether the bartender noticed or not.
I go ask Barrick for a swig.
Barrick seems amused by this and says, "Hi, all right." He offers you the bottle. It's about a quarter full.
I take it and I dump it on his head.
Why?
You do so.
Ian says that out loud.
You do so. Ruby-colored wine lands directly on top of his head. For a moment, you're not sure exactly how he's going to react. But he smirks and says, "Well, I didn't pay for the drink."
I'm aware that you didn't pay for the drink. You don't deserve it. If you're going to be asking other people to pay for your tab, why don't you keep it controlled?
Now, speaking of keeping it controlled, which I agree, I think that is a noble cause, what exactly are we doing here? I was having a nice, pleasant 10 in the morning drink.
Yeah, with the money that you don't have.
Ah, but money that I am owed, I believe.
By whom? It's not by us. We don't owe you a single thing. From what I've heard from your crew here, they don't much owe you anything either. Seems like you're like a deadbeat dad, but like a deadbeat captain.
He tilts his head and says, "Ah, you heard something from my crew. Care to explain?"
No, I surely do not.
He brushes some of his hair out of his face, and you get the impression that the wine is probably one of the least offensive things he's had on his head lately.
I surely do not. I don't quite like to be in your company. I feel like I'd rather captain the ship myself. I take my leave.
You do so. You take your leave. Toussaint watches this.
I actually leave.
You leave. You storm out of the tavern. It's now about 11 o'clock here in Serloon.
Guys, at some point we have to make friends. Right?
I'm outside. I don't hear you.
He's just saying to whoever's left.
Actually, I took this job to make enemies.
Well, somebody still has to drive the ship. Pay us.
Folks, let's not leave this body sitting here. I know this is an assassin and everything, but everybody deserves to go in the ground.
Yeah, can you give me a hand? We'll find a place outside.
I'll give you a hint.
Well, she's some kind of sea folk or something. Shouldn't you put her in the water?
That is
a surprisingly nice idea.
A vaguely perceptive idea. I applaud you. Let's do that.
Wisdom.
I've buried a lot of people.
Well, you can help too then.
Oh,
Yeah. Eden will volunteer himself to carry.
as
the
Grant is
weight.
like picking up like one of the legs, he's kind of just like just sniffing the thing.
You have a sense that some greater forces take interest in what you are doing. It remains your turn. The party. As you touch the corpse, you see her robe is relatively ornate. You notice that there are bones set into the ribbing of the neck to add structure and make it easier to wear as a concealing garment. Her staff lies on the ground.
I would like to pick up the staff.
The body has a foul smell. You pick up the staff.
I'll put it on my back for now.
Somebody should. Hey, Grant, you should check her pockets just in case.
Does she have pockets?
The-
You're the one who was touching her earlier.
Okay. And I guess he'll try to see if she has anything valuable on her.
You pat her down. You find something curious. It's a black chess piece. These items are both in campaign chat.
Well, that's cool.
That's insane.
Ian's gonna pocket that. It's not like trying to hide it or anything, but he'll like, oh, cool.
You do so. Add it to the manifest. Let me know if you investigate or take her robe as well.
Well, could we examine it while we're carrying it? Does that make sense? While carrying the person out?
Yes, you can.
Ian will kind of like look it over while he's...
Totally reasonable.
He'll start not being the strongest person. He'll struggle to start carrying the person out.
Grin will just pick her up.
You could allow Grint, with his strength, power, and training in burying bodies, to be the sole pallbearer for this.
Well, if you've got it, that's all you, champ.
I will get it.
Eden will follow Grint.
Grint, you find yourself wondering exactly where it is that you're going with this body, and you wonder what exactly people have led you to do here.
He's taking her to the water. That's what they had decided, or he was going to do either way.
Let's go to the beach, not the dock, though. A little more out of the way.
Right.
It
Do
seems
I
like
see-
a pretty lawless town, but I still don't think we should carry a body to the docks. Just, I don't know, it's kind of my first time carrying
Oh, you'll get
a
used to
body
it.
out.
Do I see Alan when we leave the inn, bar, tavern?
Yeah, I would follow suit. I would follow you guys. I wouldn't help carry the body though. I'm not happy about it.
What does Alan feel?
Alan feels like there was a better way and that resorting to violence wasn't necessarily the best option. So she's trying to get a grasp on who exactly she is on this voyage with. She's feeling a little taken aback with Tierney.
She
And
did start the
surprisingly,
blast.
is feeling a little warm-hearted towards Ian and Eden. Grint is meh. He didn't
How
do anything.
appropriate.
It was just kind of like, yeah, you guys got this. That's all right, it's fine.
You witness as Grint drags this body outside.
Wait, they're
Drags.
dragging
Carrying-
her?
I'm assuming,
he's
are you carrying
like
overhead?
this. Yeah.
Okay.
Or yeah.
You,
Big
wi-
muscles for a little guy.
you witness as Grint cradles the body.
Like a baby. Okay. I just kind of follow suit, just kind of, walk with them. I do ask, actually, once I see that they've taken the robe off of her, I ask to inspect the robe closely.
I don't think we've taken it off, but Ian
you
would
didn't.
point out, like, this might be useful for somebody. I love my robe. I wouldn't give it up, but
Yeah, actually, yes. I'd like to take a closer look. If you want to take it off, I will wash it and keep it safe.
Hey,
I fold it after he gives it over. I fold it. I'm sure it's covered in blood, but I fold it nicely and just kind of hold on to it.
so now Grint is carrying this naked fish woman to the beach.
She might have underwear on. I don't know.
She's wearing undergarments, so it
Sure,
is
okay.
yes. So you have a mostly naked body. You notice that her skin has a blue tint throughout, and it is very easy to see as you strip this robe from her that there are almost vestigial fins or something, some protrusions from around her spine.
Does she have any tattoos or anything like that?
Excellent question, but no. No identifying marks.
While folding the robe and checking it over, is there anything that stands out within it or on the outside?
The proportions of the robe seem a bit peculiar, but it would be wearable by any humanoid, and no, nothing strikes you as particularly out of the ordinary.
Okay. I go with them to give her watery funeral. Yeah. Alan's feeling a little bit betrayed a little bit from the conversation she had with her earlier.
Feelings mutual, but in a different way.
What?
You do have a sense that she was certainly less than honest with you, and you can't help but attempt to square that with what else you are inferring from her appearance, manner of speaking, and, worse yet, what she said and in what way. Alan, something about this weighs heavily on your conscience.
Indeed it does. The entire conversation does.
Does anything impede us as we move towards the beach?
Nothing impedes you. You find the few curious stares of a few fishermen unloading a net of crabs on the dock as you cradle this strange body and walk toward the rocky, cragged shore.
Basically, Grint would try to get to water that's about waist deep.
You do so. Do you wade in?
Yes.
The salt water is cold on your legs.
Grint will basically like lay her out in the water and then just kind of push her out, so to speak.
You do so, and you notice something very peculiar, Grint. Something about the currents of the water seem to change as you place her body in it. Something seems to move. Something seems to draw her out farther into the ocean. It's odd because when you waded into the water, you felt no pull, no riptide, and yet as soon as you loose your grasp on her body, something seems to pull it outward toward the tide.
Okay. Well, Grint will basically scramble up right to land, where he'll plant his sword still in the scabbard in the ground, and he will say, "Great Tempest, we disparage not those who fall before us. Today we had much to teach. Tomorrow we have much to learn."
What lessons did you learn from this battle, Grint?
Well, Grint didn't necessarily learn anything, but um, I would say the meaning here is that uh, they learn. Well, person who died learned that they weren't as good as the people who survived. The
You
most important lesson.
Absolutely. You sense a oneness with Tempest as you convene on this thought. You realize that this is a harsh world, and whoever has less martial prowess will always be at the whims of those who have more.
Ian's not a religious person, but can I roll like religion or history to try to find like an appropriate like sending off prayer, something like that, like something he would maybe have read.
How about religion?
I rolled a nat 20, but it's a 19 total. Got good memory today.
You do. You think of the most appropriate way to send someone like this off to a world beyond your plane. As you watch, you notice a strange current taking the body out to sea, and something clicks almost supernaturally in your head. This is someone from the sea taking back what is theirs. You don't know exactly the prayer you want to say, but you know that something is here, something that speaks of renewal, something that speaks of things going back to where they came from.
Would I know what, like, I guess God would be appropriate?
Umberly.
Would Ian know? And I know it.
You imagine great waves, hundreds of feet high, smashing into the rocks. You imagine the waves getting higher and higher still. Closing your eyes, you can picture the darkest storms making seas rise with foamy, horrible, threatening waves, and you know once and forever that this was a denizen of Umberly.
All right, he'll say whatever little passage he remembers that he read in his book, and then at the end he'll add, and just in case, Umberly, we're sending this one home to you, and it wasn't me. I didn't do it. I tried to help.
You have a moment wherein you wonder something, Ian. Do your thoughts matter? Do you in fact commune with deities? Are you able to reach beyond the prime material plane with your once desires, and in this case, your rationalizations of what just occurred? What do you think, Ian? Do your thoughts matter?
Ian, being somewhat naive, probably thinks that maybe someone's listening, but he doesn't really expect anything to get back to him. He's just doing it out of respect.
You do so, and you grant your respect and reverence to one of the darkest gods. The party now stands. It is roughly noon. The party now stands on a rocky beach here in Serloon, Sembia. Would you like to go back to the regional map? Or were you planning on heading right back into the tavern to finish your non-existent drink?
Grint was going to approach Ian, and he was going to say, "So you got a bow?"
A what?
A bow
Like a bow and arrow bow?
to hunt an elk.
I got these.
Got what?
You know, can blast stuff with it with
You
magic.
think it's good to hunt an elk like that?
I've never done it before. It seems like it's good at hunting anything.
Grint wants to see this. He says, "Well, then let's go."
Why are we offering to pay for his tab in the first place? It's clearly his own.
What would you like to do while we sit here?
I think it's
Time
a
for
good
our-
idea
I
to
mean-
ingratiate ourselves with the people that we have to spend an extended amount of time with.
I mean, we could just tie him up and stick him in his room and close the door, to be honest.
Ian,
Bruh.
Don't have a navigator.
Well, we made it here, didn't we? And I'm very
We got
familiar
pretty
with
lucky.
the land.
Eden
I'm sure I could pick up
barks
being
to
a
try to
navigator.
interrupt and get people's attention.
Is Ian
And then
still a
he's-
wolf?
Eden is still a wolf.
Eden,
It's an
sorry.
hour. He has an hour left of his wild shape before.
I think you could drop it voluntarily, right?
Oh, he could. That's true.
Okay.
So he
Noted.
spins in a circle and then sort of pantomimes going to sleep, and then sits back up and stares expectantly at everybody.
It's midday.
Nap?
Eh?
So I have a question. Where did Eden turn into a wolf at? Like when? So I had to take an AFK when this happened,
Oh,
but Grint was
gotcha.
sitting at the bar. So does Grint even know that that's Eden?
He would have seen it. It was like
would've
seen it.
as soon as
Okay.
the
Just
actual
making
like
sure.
fighting started, pretty
Okay,
much.
gotcha.
It was right before
Yeah, this is-
the floor
This
got
is
erupted.
Not some random wolf that's just
Okay.
out following them around. I guess he takes his paw and then scratches out a box and then some lines that turn it into a bed. And then he makes little impressions for coins next to the bed.
I don't know if that's how I want to make my money.
I was thinking the same thing.
Hey, we could build beds for money.
Whoops, sorry.
Aiden, do you want to maybe not be a dog anymore?
It's kind of insensitive, isn't it?
I don't think so. Not at this point. He's trying to tell us something, but
Maybe he
We all
doesn't
have
want to get
different
recognized
ideas.
again.
Eden sort of nods in a very wolf-like manner to that.
okay.
Does
And
anybody
then-
else have the sense that we're not safe sleeping?
Why?
We're not what?
An assassin just tried to kill one of us. Am I the only person that
Plus-
remembers
Why
that
was
thing
it
that
that
happened?
way?
The
5
last
minutes
time
ago?
It wasn't us. It was not us. My understanding of the situation is that Eden's family ended up killing some sea turtles, and my intuition says that it wasn't just sea turtles. Maybe this person's family was impacted. I don't know. Anyways, Eden's family built a pipeline or whatever it was that caused harm to the environment, and they took that in a very personal way. It wasn't that they were trying to kill us, it was that they were trying to kill Eden to essentially get some justice for the sea turtles. And
I'm sorry.
more.
Grint turns to Eden, goes, "You almost died over some fucking turtles."
well, it's a good thing we're not going anywhere. We'll fight any more sea people.
I'm sorry. If somebody attacks one of us, somebody is attacking all of us. And you are saying this person attacked us for something none of us did.
Eden's family
Eden,
caused a traumatic injury to the
I
sea
heard you.
turtle population.
I heard you. Did Eden do it?
No, and I agree with you on that. I don't agree that this was justice. I'm just explaining their perspective, Tierney.
Tierney's probably more worried about getting wrapped up in some stuff that he
I understand,
doesn't have anything to
but
do.
they did not.
I'm more
try to
worried
kill
about
all
waking
of
up
us.
dead.
Nobody else is coming, I would assume. There was one individual that came to fight with Eden because of sea turtles dying. I can't anticipate that anyone else is going to be here to try and assassinate all of us in particular.
To be fair, for all we know, there's like 7,000 sea turtles out there with a grudge. I think they
Yeah.
mentioned 7,000, right?
Yeah, something like that.
All right.
So do we have to kill more turtles?
I am advocating to exercise a normal amount of caution, something which this group seems to have almost none of.
Well, I barely got any sleep at all because I stuck around and watched out for everybody else. So tonight I am sleeping.
I think the
Yeah,
nap
also,
idea is a
you're
good
0-1
idea.
on stopping people from dying while you're on watch, so this maybe we
Grant,
should.
Grant just kind of like grabs the back of Ian's shirt and kind of pulls on it and goes, "Stop while you're
Sorry.
ahead."
I was
Sorry.
literally watching
Sorry.
over our party. Not to mention, there was no sound. Literally nothing happened. I listened all night. I had nothing else to do.
You know
I
what?
was
None
like,
of us
nothing
died,
happened.
so I take it back. You did a wonderful job.
Yeah.
All right.
Sometimes my mouth gets ahead of my
Nerves
mouth.
are frayed. I think a reconstitutional is probably appropriate.
I'm
We
going to
can
go find some
reconvene.
mushrooms. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. I'll see you in the morning.
Do you have a bow?
I walk away and just ignore everyone else. Eden, if you'd like to join me in getting some mushrooms, that would be okay.
Yeah, Eden will follow Alan to make sure that she's not headed off alone.
I love
We
you.
just got
Eden.
attacked. Let's split up game.
Damn fools.
Okay, Ian, let's go blow up a deer.
So yeah, I'm gonna go foraging, and if there is game within the area that I see that's within range, then I will also try and do that. But I'm not going to be giving it to the barkeep. I will be keeping it for our party.
Let's get
You want to come with Tierney?
Go ahead, please. I'm
Open
sorry.
invitation?
For
Hunting
hunting,
party? Yeah.
we're going to hunt as a group.
Oh, the three of us.
It helps.
I'm good. I will figure out things to do in town, which are maybe more conducive to our actual quest.
Don't want to get your fancy suit dirty.
All
right.
I more or less trust Tierney to not insult anybody he meets immediately, so I think he's a great person to go into town and talk to people. The rest of us are not doing a very good job so far with that.
I can find my way out of a pickle.
Out
Don't
of
you worry.
character. That's not true. I was very diplomatic in the beginning. I just know that this captain is a fucking dick.
Anyway, why don't we decide on a place to reconvene when maybe tempers have cooled off a little bit.
So here's a thing. We don't have to pay to stay at the inn. We got a boat.
Yeah, we can stay on the boat. I agree, and we should. We have very little resources right now. I will try and find some in town. You will try and find some in the woods.
Maybe pick up some like locks while you're there.
We have a
Lock our
lot.
doors. No, like the doors we're sleeping behind.
Oh, in the boat? In the hold? That's probably not going to work. We're probably going to have to set guards. And we shouldn't set a single guard. That was foolish. We should take shifts, so we
Yeah.
can all get rest.
Didn't know it was going to be that kind of boat.
It's that kind of journey, and you should all get used to danger on this journey. We're in a land without a government, controlled by an evil organization. There's no law here. Assassins roam freely. We should take this a little bit more seriously. I don't care if you're mad at me, but take safety seriously. If one of us dies, it weakens everybody, and I cannot accept that.
Insert new PC.
Well, I'm glad you're on our side, Tierney.
Just make sure you're on your side.
So can you find us a deer? Grin?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, have fun, kids. I guess not you, Alan. You're my age.
I can't hear you.
I'm pretty sure Grint's older than you, too.
Yeah, that's
But he's
probably
not.
right.
He's El Pequeño.
Well, that's true. Dwarves live longer.
Anyway, the party's splitting up. It's so dumb. Let's do it.
As the party splits up here in an attempt to forage or find various implements that will help you on your journey, help me by giving me a sort of a itinerary for who is doing what and is somebody assisting that person or doing their own thing. So I believe I have a Alan and Eden. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that one has a schnoz now. So I think that he would be very useful at finding things with his schnoz.
So Alan, you have a very specialized tracking hound, essentially, a intelligent tracking hound. Okay, and then
I do.
we have a Grint Grommel and an Ian Kalis doing the same in parallel. Is that correct?
We're hunting specifically for game, though.
Okay, so you're not foraging. You're saying I want game or nothing.
That's
Yeah,
right.
we're looking for that elk or whatever was promised.
Grint wants
Fair.
to see him blast this fucking deer.
Okay, and Tierney Fang, you are walking through the town looking for anything in particular, or maybe should we revisit that? I'll pull up a town. Yes, I think I have found Tierney's thread of fate here. So let's start here. Alan Vaughn, roll nature at advantage. And you're rolling at advantage because you're being assisted by an incredibly specialized tracking hound that is actually Eden Cathair.
That would be a 21, 19 on die.
And what exactly are you searching for?
We are searching for ingredients for meals, so mushrooms, edible flowers, edible plants, and small game like rabbits and fox, things like that. Something that would be easy for Eden to.
Understood. We will revisit your foraging in a brief moment here. Grin Grommel. Roll nature
Yeah.
at advantage because you have a spotter for your action-packed journey in an attempt to not so much feed the party as much as kill the next living thing that presents itself in the forest.
So you want nature instead of survival?
You know, you've subtly convinced me. I think survival works for you too,
Okay.
because you don't care about nature. You care about killing nature. If anything, it's an anti-nature check. Maybe we should we'll subtract your nature check from a d20 or something. Go ahead. Yeah, let's do survival.
Okay.
Survival for our wallets.
Self preservation. If only that was a skill, man. That would be a tag skill for Grint for sure.
13.
13. Okay. Okay, we will revisit the results of these checks in a moment. It'll take time for you to do so, and we're going to do a couple things along the way. However, our thread of fate finds Tierney Fang. Tierney, you can see something here. This is Serloon, a city in Sembia, a small town. And as your party ventures into the wilderness in an effort to feed themselves or maybe even other people, you have a unique opportunity to assess the rest of the terrain and determine if there's someone else or something else that can help you. Anything?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like to make it toward I believe this is a religious building.
Ping me or show me where.
I'm pinging. Can you see?
I can.
It is the building in the northwest.
You approach this building. It has all of the trappings of a temple in your mind, but as you approach, you realize this is likely someone's house.
Okay. I will move on from abode to abode until I see one that likely has a public-facing entrance. So maybe a government building, maybe a trade building, maybe somebody who deals in wares, like a farrier, a cobbler, or something like that. Something in a small town would have need of abundance.
You find, and we will revisit this momentarily, you walk through the town. You attempt to find someone who would be able to add value to your excursion. You determine that one of the small brown houses, while someone lives there, it's also a cobbler's house. The front of the house is a tiny, cramped room where they fix and sell shoes, and one presumes the back is where someone lives. There is a small sign with cobbler misspelled with one B up front, hanging above the entranceway. But first, we are going to check in with our foragers. So first, Grint, you see your elk. From across a glade, you can see horns. You quickly stop. Using your training, the elk seems supernaturally still for a moment as you count the points on its antlers. You see that this is a 14-point buck. This is an elk. This must be a major creature. As you count them, you realize that it's not moving. And as you walk just a bit closer, you see that this is in fact an elk, but it looks like it's been dead for a few days. Its horns are caught up in a tree, and it looks like it probably starved here. Its body is not terribly putrefied. It's been sitting here dead for perhaps 48 hours in your estimation. It doesn't smell great, but it certainly smells more like meat than rot.
But it did starve to death, so I doubt there's much meat there. Is that correct?
You could hack it apart and find out, perhaps. Just assessing it from a little bit, there is a bit of skin, a bit of meat. Certainly not anything that would be a fine meal. However, simply sizing it up as you walk closer to it, crushing branches underfoot, you realize that if you absolutely had to, you could hack some meat off of this poor thing.
I think Grint would be more interested in trying to find another elk instead of wasting time with this one.
It'll take you some time to continue hunting. While we do that, let's check in on Alan and Eden. You attempt to search, in particular, for game, tools, food, anything that could be of value. You find something. Growing at the base of a tree, you find a number of mushrooms. Neither of you is an experienced mycologist, so you are left a bit questionable whether or not this is edible or not. It seems harmless enough. There are a number of them growing together.
I will absolutely pick all of the ones that are there and set them aside in my bag or wherever. And we can determine when we go back to town if anybody knows if these are edible or not.
Are there signs of animals around the mushrooms, like tracks that Eden could see?
Excellent question. Are you attempting to determine, has anything else sampled these mushrooms?
Yes.
Your answer is no. Nothing else seems to be grazing here. You pat around, attempting to determine, do you detect hoof tracks or something like that that may suggest that a grazing herbivore came through here and would have nibbled on these mushrooms. You find nothing like that.
Eden makes a dubious noise towards Alan.
Good point, doggy. I still keep them because although they may not be edible to us, they may be a tool in the future in case we need to use them for not good.
Alan Vaughn, you have a sense of being very resourceful as you set these into your pack. Please add them to your manifest as questionable mushroom until you have more time to investigate these. Back in town, Tierney Fang. Are we walking into the cobbler's home?
Absolutely.
You learn that this cobbler is an older woman named Gail. She looks to be about 85 years old, truly ancient by the standards of Faerun. Her hands have prominent veins, seem to have paper-thin skin, and she works delicately to restitch the front of a pair of dress shoes that she is working on. When you walk in, she mumbles a greeting to you. What do you attempt to discern from this conversation?
The first thing I'd like to look at is the wares, the shoes. Are they of good quality? Is she good?
They seem to be of significantly better than average quality. What she lacks in raw materials, she is able to make up some of that gap in skill.
I'm Tyranny, and I must say I'm very impressed with the quality of your shoes.
She introduces herself as Gail and is more than happy to accept your compliments. You get the impression that she doesn't see many out-of-towners in this, in her, what we could even vaguely call a shop. What information do you try to get from this conversation?
I'm trying to get local gossip from her. So I'm going to ask her, I'm going to compliment her and, without promising to buy anything, pick up some shoes and genuinely say that they look nice. I grew up in a tailor shop. I should know. And then I'm going to be asking her about local gossip, how business has been since the Zent took over, who runs the town. All the while making like I may, buy something, but I'm not going to buy anything.
You ingratiate yourself to this woman and appear to be a interested patron as you browse through these shoes, which are of superior quality. You ask the following questions, attempting to discern the answers to these inquiries. 1. Who's in charge of the town? 2. What is business like here? 3. You see many people coming by? 1. Who runs the town? Who runs things here? She tells you with a bit of reluctance that the Zentarim run this town. And while they have been regarded with skepticism by much of the local populace, she can't help but notice that they do bring in people into her town. And while she has heard rumors that they are cruel with other merchants, she has never had a problem, and in fact, it is certainly better than when the Sembian Merchant Council was running things here and things were peaceful. If nothing else, the time of conflict has been a great boon for someone who makes shoes and armor.
Where can I find the leading group in this town if there is any governmental body?
You ask her if there is any way to find who is in charge of this town. Roll intelligence.
Natural 1, which is an 8.
You ask Gail, the cobbler, if she has any knowledge of who the spy master of the Zentarim is, or if she has any idea where the local Zentarim ruling body is. She looks at you with a measure of coolness and you realize that these Antarim tend to operate in ways that make it so it is very difficult to walk into their storefront or find anyone directly responsible or, dare I say, enforce culpability for their actions.
All right. I think I'll be done after that.
We reconvene, examining the efforts of the party. Going back to Grint and Ian hunting. It is now late in the afternoon. You have only found, insofar, the dead elk. Do you continue to hunt? Is there something that you continue to look for? Do you go for another round?
Grint is still looking, yeah, still ready for another round. How about Ian?
You got to help me, Grant. The only thing I've ever really hunted for is bargains and trouble. I don't know what I'm doing out here.
Fair enough.
Roll survival.
Grint would like to get some guidance on this from Tempest, and he will say, "Great Tempest, help me find a prey worth stalking."
You pray to Tempest for a worthy opponent, something that is worth hunting. Go ahead and roll survival with,
God.
with your guidance.
Like
Won't even need it. 22.
You see something in the distance. As you walk between the deciduous trees on the edge of the town here, you see a shallow stream. Drinking out of the shallow stream, there is a doe and her fawn.
All right, so he turns to Ian. He says, very hushed like, "Do you have a spell that's very precise?"
How hard do I need to hit this animal? Because like, I only got
Depends
so
on
many
where you
spells.
hit it.
Where do I need to hit it? It's like a person. and it's-
Grint will say, between the ribs. So, Grint, I want to try something here. You let me know how this goes, okay? Grint tells Ian to kneel down.
like,
Yes, kneel.
Okay.
Just like kneel next to him, okay?
okay.
Grint is gonna like raise up his arm, right? Like raise up his arm, and he's going to use the sextant, which has like a scope on it, right? Can I try and assist him in shooting this thing? You standing behind him with the sextant. You know what I'm saying? Almost like a hunting rifle.
You act as a spotter. You
Yeah, sure.
attempt to assist Ian in gauging the distance tour that is. You attempt to provide information about the trajectory of his spell. We will say that your spotting efforts are identical to the guidance spell.
Sure then. Okay. All right. 1d4. All right. Yeah. And let's see what Ian can get.
Ian, please describe what exactly are you casting? I know that Grint has faith in you, but here on the Prime Material plane, I'd like to get more specifics as to exactly what it is you're doing.
All right. So I guess if I have guidance, I should use it. So I shouldn't use something that requires a save. So let's use my it's Ian's favorite spell. Let's use Ice Knife.
Ooh, that sounds good.
It's a ranged spell attack. And it's a first level spell.
Let me know what you roll.
rolled good. I got a 24 total.
Your knife of ice cuts through the air, flying at high speeds through the air and landing right in the fleshy chest of the doe. The ice slices through its ribs. It makes a horrible braying sound, causing its doe to run down the stream away from the doe as it collapses face first into the stream, blood mixing with the shallow water.
Oh, what a shot.
I am pretty fucking good.
Grint like pats him hard on the back, like, yeah. And Grint rushes out to collect the elk.
Using...
What do you mean?
He's
He's going to carry the body back.
using his body carrying muscles. He's getting a lot more work out of it.
Yeah, right? Do you think it'd be feasible to like drape it over his back like that? Leg?
It's larger than you. It'll be difficult to heft it over your head. Why don't you roll strength to see how reasonably you can even approach this?
Ian will help too.
But it sounds like Grint's doing the heavy lifting.
Ian's not a strong man.
9.
With Ian's assistance, you're able to grab this elk. You move it, the body of this female elk. You drag it a bit through the brush. Both of you roll nature.
I got a 10.
6.
Grint, you are wondering how much farther you're going to have to drag this thing. It is rather heavy, even though you're able to muscle through it. Ian, something occurs to you. You've seen a lot of butcher shops, never doing the butchery yourself, but you notice that this elk has something that most meat you consume does not. It has guts, it has a head, it has a pelt. We will revisit your conclusions in a moment. Alan. Eden. You are an effective mushroom-finding duo. Do you have other goals for the forest? Do you continue to forage? Do you look for other things? Do you retrace your path? Do you try something new?
Yes, indeed we would. So we'd be looking for additional edible plants and or small game so that we can try and provide for our little family here that we have going on.
And how does Eden assist?
So Eden will take another wild shape. So this is his second and last wild shape to remain as a wolf. And for game, he will use his nose to try to sniff out tracks for and find things like rabbit holes.
The two of you will have to decide whether or not you would prefer to use Alan's nature skill or Eden's survival skill.
I have a +5 in survival.
My nature is +2, so it sounds like...
All right. It looks like we'll be using Eden's survival skill.
Let's roll it to see what your snout finds.
22.
You find, as you were seeking, a rabbit hole.
Yes.
You're not sure if there's anything inside of it, but you can smell. If there's not something inside of it now, there was something here very recently. It sends a bit of a thrill through your canine body as you become surprisingly inured to this idea of there is food under the earth, if only I can go and get it. the two of you observe this rabbit hole. The rabbits are nowhere to be found.
Gotta turn to a rabbit and go box them. Just go down there, 2 rabbits enter, 1 exits.
Does Alan have trapping skills or can make a trap?
Not particularly.
So
Another catch.
Eden, yeah. I guess if Alan doesn't look like she's got weapons on her or anything, Eden will dig into the den to try to scare the rabbits out.
You dig. Your instincts guide you well. As you start to dig, you can feel under your paws vibrations, as you know that something is moving underneath the earth. Do you continue to dig?
Yes.
Both of you make a dexterity saving throw.
A 4.
9.
A rabbit rushes out. It goes directly between your paws. Eden, Alan, you have a better look at it. There is a rabbit, a small white thing, moving extremely quickly. It runs right past your foot. What do you do?
I tell the dog to get it.
Eden gets it. Eden snaps at it.
You do so. You find something within yourself. You are stronger, faster, deadlier than you ever knew. With a single movement, you catch this rabbit, still alive, in your fangs. You have a rabbit in your mouth. It is small, it is white, its eyes are dark. It wriggles around inside of your mouth, making squeaking sounds.
I observe the rabbit to see if for any reason it's a pregnant rabbit.
You don't think so.
Put it out of its misery.
Yeah, Eden shakes.
You do so. The strength of your wolf is more than enough. You go, and you hear a sickening crunch as its neck and perhaps even its spine snaps. You now have a dead rabbit in your mouth.
Kill count of 3.
What because you and I didn't talk about like starting equipment or anything. What I have in my inventory. Oh wait, hold on. Never mind. Yes, we did. Never mind.
What are you seeking?
Rope.
What's the rope for?
I want to tie the rabbit, like kind of almost give the dog a necklace so that Eden doesn't have to carry it around in its mouth, in her mouth, his mouth, the dog's mouth.
You have, to my knowledge, no rope.
I'm gonna let Eden carry it.
Are there long grasses around?
Yes.
I'm not that good at doing that type of
All right,
stuff,
Eden
unfortunately.
will carry it. Eden will carry it.
Also on the way out of the woods, I'd like to pick up as many pine cones that I can.
You do so. Description pending. We'll say you pick up some pine cones. You gather several pine cones and place them in your bag. Checking in on Grint and Ian.
Hey, Grint,
Hey.
you know how to cut one of these things up?
Oh, hey.
Do you think we should do that before we... You didn't really ask for that, right? I think you just asked for an elk.
He just said a buddy.
Okay. Screw it. That's a lot of work. I mean, it's got to pay for somebody's drinks and then maybe some extra, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
This is a pretty good one that we got.
Oh,
I think we did good. Could you do me a favor?
Hmm.
Could you put in like a good word with Tyranny for me? I think he thinks I'm useless.
What makes you say that?
Just a hunch.
Okay.
So I could totally like do that, you know, in a fight too.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Okay, good. Yeah.
You're the best weapon I've ever wielded.
I'm gonna just take that as a compliment with in nothing else. Thank you. All right, let's get this thing back. What's another body on this guy's floor anyway?
You drag your body, not your body, the body of the Elk Doe back toward the Dead Wyvern Tavern. Checking in with Tyranny Fang. You conclude your business with Gale the Cobbler, feeling much richer with information. Where else do you partake, or what else do you have questions about?
I would like to inspect the other boat in the harbor.
This appears to be a boat similar to yours, except it has two sails of a design that you do not quite understand or recognize easily. This ship is significantly smaller than the Sparrow. There are no signs of life on the deck.
Can I tell how long it's been in dock for? Maybe I can examine the rope that ties it to the moorings in the dock to figure out how long it's been here. And I surmise that's a trading vessel. Where are the traders? I'm looking for clues to that.
Roll wisdom.
Three.
You look at the rope mooring this ship to the cleat. You get very close to it, getting your face right up against the rope to see, is it mossy? How long has this been tied? What wonderful forces brought this hemp together to create this rope? And as you gaze into the rope, hoping for some type of enlightenment, you hear a voice asking you, "Can I help you?"
I'll turn around to face it.
Looking up, you see a rough-looking deckhand. He is wearing a stained white shirt and is wearing brown suspenders that keep his pants up. He is holding a large mass of cordwood in his hands. He seems to be in a hurry.
I'm sorry, not intending to get in your way. Are you leaving dock?
You ask this man if there is any bit of his itinerary that he would be willing to share with you. He tells you that his arms are very tired and he does not have time for a conversation right now, but you watch as he goes onto the ship and takes the wood under the awning or on the back there near the bridge of this ship. You're not sure what you can do with this information.
Okay. I will stay on the dock and I will, hang my legs off and make it look like I'm taking a quick respite. But I'm just trying to observe his goings in and out.
Do you take a contemplative short rest here?
I do.
Okay, you take your short rest. I don't know if that affects, without checking, I believe you just have cantrips, and I think you're full HP, so I think you're fine.
Yeah.
You watch You observe this man, as well as two more, seemingly just like him, taking sundries into this ship. You are able to ascertain that based on what he is taking on board and the overall tempo of movement here, that ship is probably going to leave soon from this port. Checking back in with Grint and Ian, you take your elk doe body back to the inn, is that right?
Yes, and we will present it to the bartender.
You do so. You notice that where the body was that you removed, there is now a bloodstain, and Fergus, the gnome, is looking at it with a certain degree of annoyance, as if he's not sure where he's going to get the wood to replace it. As you bring in the elk body, he looks up at you with a bit of surprise. Oh, is this? I almost forgot about this.
This should handle the tab, eh?
I didn't think you'd actually do this, but okay, I'll have to take it to the butcher. He says, can you set it down in the back, I guess?
I can cut it up for you if you want.
He takes one look at you and says, that's okay. I'd rather have someone else do it, maybe.
Okay.
He says, but I suppose a deal's a deal. I'll forgive your friend's tab.
You think maybe it's worth a little bit more than that?
Roll persuasion.
I mean, this is a fine animal we got here. You said it'd be like 3 or 4 days worth. That's much more than one guy's going to drink in a night, right?
Sounds like you haven't met Barrick, or you haven't known him for very long.
Well, that's true.
Just wait until he's drinking your ale, and then we can see how you feel about his consumption rate.
Joke's on him. I'm broke. 10.
He sighs, as if there is little more that he wants to do today than have one more cost center cutting into his tavern's perfect finances. But he says with a bit of annoyance, okay, sure. I always tip the porter. He flips you 1 gold.
Hey, it's a start.
That is more than 0
Thank you.
gold.
He pockets it.
You do so. Checking in with...
Hey, Grant, you want to split it?
Oh, keep it. You did most of the work.
I appreciate it.
Checking in with Alan and Eden. You are exiting the forest. You have your rabbits within your clutches. You have gathered a number of green pine cones for yourself, Alan. As you walk back toward town, you observe something odd. You see Tierney Fang sitting down on the dock by himself, just watching. It's unclear to you what he's watching or why.
I'm not rather fond of him currently. I allow him to sit and sulk, hoping that he's contemplating if he did the right thing.
You stoke your sense of contempt toward Tierney, and you find that the furnace within yourself is more than happy to accept the fuel that you give it.
I go to, I personally am going to go and kind of wander the town to see if there are any fruit trees along the edge of the forest or in anyone's yards.
You take a brief sojourn through town, attempting to determine if there are any fruit trees for you to partake from. You notice, if you're looking at the map here, one of these merchants' houses, although not indicated on the map, the right red house near the end of the bay there, it's fenced in. There is a waist-high iron fence to keep potential intruders out, and you notice a plum tree in the person's yard. It is a fruit tree, as far as you can tell. There are perfect pink-fleshed plums growing in small clusters on the tips of the branches. They look delectable.
I will go to the merchant's house and plead my case and advise, just give them a sob story about what's going on. Like, yeah, we joined this to come pick up this captain, and nobody gave us gold or food or money or anything like that, and I'm literally starving. Like, is there anything that I could do for you that you'd be willing to provide some food?
As you walk around the front of the house, preparing to knock on the door, you rehearse your story, thinking surely a plea of clemency or poverty will melt even the hardest merchant's heart. You knock on the door 3 times, waiting to present your story, but no one answers.
Interesting. I would kind of take like a walk around the house, see if anybody's inside, and contemplate to myself, is it worth it to steal?
You partake on an adventure that many people would call in thieves' cant inside the darkest prisons of Cormyr, casing the joint. You case the joint. You don't see any movement inside.
She decides it's not worth it. And she looks to the behind the, past into the to the woods on the right to see if there are any more pine trees that she can steal some more green pine cones from.
You see a number of conifers, and you spend a moment contemplating your unwillingness to steal from a merchant, and yet you use the term steal as you attempt to abstract the idea of taking pine cones from a great conifer tree. Do you do it? Do you steal the pine cones from the forest as well?
I don't steal from the forest. I utilize the forest. And I take as many green pine cones as I possibly can get.
You start to develop a morality around what you're doing. You gather untold handfuls of green pine cones.
Very good, very good.
Tierney Fang, your contemplations come to an end. You think you have an excellent feel over this other ship. Everything except a name, a destination. You can tell that they're leaving soon. You can tell that they're not from here. You can tell that they're from somewhere very distant. And you can tell that these crewmen working the ship seem local, slovenly, and very uninterested in talking to you. It grows later in the day. Everyone observes as the sun gets lower in the sky.
I will make my way back to the tavern.
You do so and catch the tail end of a coin flying through the air and landing in the open palm of Ian Kalis.
I'm going to approach this duo and say, "Looks like you were successful. Well done."
Oh, yeah. I never miss.
And I'm going to make my way upstairs.
All right, see you later.
Wait. So Grint all of a sudden just kind of like sits up and he goes, "Yes, Ian did a great job. He is truly a party member of great. Yes." And he like pats Ian on the shoulder.
Tierney, roll insight.
All right. $11.
Something about that seemed forced.
Yes. Quite true. Well sung, Bard.
As you attempt to walk up the stairs, you hear Fergus, the gnome proprietor, say, "Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
The rooms here cost money, my friend. Just because your friends paid off your other friend's tab, not that I'm not interested in all of the different facets of your friendship, but you still have to pay me for using my tavern.
I wasn't intending to stay the night. I was intending to visit somebody who is staying the night.
He seems interested in what you're saying and says, okay, no problem, sir. As you walk upstairs, we revisit briefly Alan and Eden. Catch me up, Alan and Eden. You have your rabbits. You have a sense of. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
So Eden at this point is out of wild shape because I think it's late enough that it's sort of. And he turns to Alan and he goes, "Oh yes, so I was going to tell you, I have gold.
Oh,
I have. It's more than 4. It's less than 13. Somewhere around there."
that's. I mean, that's really great. I'm happy that that you do have some currency. I wish I would have thought to brought my pocketbook. I'm not sure why I didn't think of it, but you know, must have left it at home. Forgot
As
it.
it does, yes. One assumes that things will be taken care of course. I wonder if. Do you remember if they said how long it would take us to get to Dawn Gleam?
No, I don't. But I don't know if we were. I don't know, but it's right down the coast, so I can't imagine it would take more than a day or so.
So I think this rabbit isn't going to feed us very much, and I don't know how
So
well.
I have an idea.
Okay.
So an old trick that I learned when I was in Cormier and things were sparse, green pine cones. You can actually boil them, and they're edible. What I'm thinking of, they make a really great syrup, especially for teas and to make mead, things along those lines. So I'm thinking of selling my recipe to the merchant and to the barkeep in case if he makes his own mead, because the like this it's rather tasty. So if I can do that, maybe I can get us some food,
Okay.
and maybe some gold. We'll see.
Okay.
So I plan to make some. I need to find sugar, if you have any idea where that's at.
Sugar.
But if I can find it, I can make a batch. Doesn't take that long. I can make a batch of it and then give it a sample, and then I can sell it.
Would fruit work in place of sugar? With something sweet?
I'm not sure. Honey would, for sure.
Honey. Okay.
Honey would. Honey or
Okay.
sugar. Or stevia,
Well,
if they have stevia.
I'm not quite sure what that is.
Just
All right.
just a word that came to mind.
I think if you take this rabbit, I can use what's left of daylight hours to go and find honey, perhaps. How long will it take you to make your mead? Maybe it makes sense to try to give them a sample.
An hour at best. You just need to boil the pine cones until they're tender, and then basically what you do is you boil out the water so that it's mostly syrup that's left over.
Okay. I will go and try to find honey.
Okay. All right. That sounds like a great plan. The rabbit, I'll keep the bones as well. We can make like a broth with it.
Good idea.
You set out to make this pine tincture and potentially sell it as a recipe or an advancement in the making of mead to a variety of people here in town that you think could be good marks for it. We reached the end of our time for tonight. It's 9 o'clock. So we will pick
Midnight.
up exactly where we left off here. So we're done for now.
Sweet.
What was the name of the tavern, by the way? Like, it was the Dead Wyvern?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. Everyone good for next week? Same time, same place?
Sounds good.
Everyone doing good? Everyone having fun playing D&D?
Oh yeah.
That was a good session. Exciting.
I'm hoping those mushrooms do something.
Everything does something, right?
Just because you wrote something on it doesn't mean it's useful.
So we'll see how it goes next week with my pine cone syrup.
I
Selling a recipe.
feel attacked by that.
This town maybe had 2 coins to rub together, and our party just got one of them.
You have half the GDP of Saraloon in your
Yeah,
in your
it feels
bag
like
now.
it.
We're gonna start our own town.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's just take over. Tierney can be mayor, you know, and then we can just live here. And then
Oh,
Michael's
yeah, the
stuck with
mayor.
us.
That
He just
guy.
has to role play us playing Farmville.
Yeah, we play a bucolic pastoral adventure in which we grow crops, pine cones.
Yeah, we just say we can kill the shitty captain, and we can set the other ones off to sea to go find a mystery, and we can just stay here and live happily ever after.
The Scooby Doo of D&D.
Well, I'm looking forward to giving you guys your bucolic dreams next week.
Sounds good.
I'm sure everything will be perfectly peaceful. Well, I will conclude it here. I'm going to go get something to eat. You guys are the best. See you next week.
Yep. See y'all next week.
Sounds good.
Later.
Bye, guys.
Hey viewers, thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out with me. I am in fact going to go eat, but thank you for another week of D&D. We're definitely getting more, I think, into the meta plot of this game, and there's going to be more stuff that goes on as we keep advancing forward. So thank you so much for hanging out. You guys are the best. A shout out to Fomari. I will talk to you about something funny that relates to you in this session. Everyone else, thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Lumi, if you're still here, I'm going to try to do your D&D tomorrow. But as always, you guys are the best. Good night.